to roll to quest where you can experience authentic live D&D. Late, as always. Nothing fancy to talk about, so we are just going to jump in to our session for this evening. Last time, after successfully navigating the crystal veins with the help of the man in stone, as he was called, you were able to finally meet with your current, we'll say, version of Serval. He seemed rather aged as opposed to the last time you guys had seen him, and seemed to have a decent amount of knowledge about the crystal veins, although he himself seems to be trapped in the crystal veins. He is safe due to a deal he made, but by nature of that same deal and his own limitations, he's unable to leave. You guys were able to take a little bit of a respite in his study, his safe abode, and during that respite, you had Tiku was able to confront Squawk and, in essence, destroy him, not allowing his soul to pass on. And from there, you all had a, we'll say, heart-to-heart with Razu. Although problems are not fully resolved, it seems that you have started to at least make steps, and Razu seems to want to change at least some of the ways that he's going about things. With that, Kaio has decided to stay with Serval. He didn't particularly like being referred to as fodder, and he had already fulfilled his end of the bargain, and he wanted to talk with Serval, truly see what's been going on. He's effectively catching up with an old friend. So from there, you all went back into the crystal veins to search for the anchors, at least one, so you can eliminate it to leave the crystal veins, ideally. You almost, rather quickly, you encountered one of these face stealers, as you've called them, these baboon-like abominations, or aberrations would be a better way to say it. A fairly quick battle ensued, not too tumultuous for all of you, although some resources were spent before Tiku upon him seemingly laughing or seemingly almost getting some kind of acknowledgement out of Tiku, he seemed to retreat. Tiku was able to sense him and followed him through what appeared to be either an illusion, some kind of a doorway, not entirely sure, but Tiku was beset by a familiar scene. An island, native and homely to her, although a dragon long since gone or dead, and a hostility still feared, I would say, experienced, as the baboon creature turned into this dragon and consumed the kobolds that were bringing it its offering. With that, as the face stealer aberration has morphed into what is now a fully grown, for you guys, you would be considering it an adult green dragon. We are going to roll initiative to get things started.
Yay!
Roll for initiative!
Oh God! Oh! Fantastic.
All right. And I'm actually going to stand, because this map is a little bit bigger. Was I right? Does it need to go back more? All right, let me actually
it might be okay, but...
Damn. That might be too far back.
We can play with it a little bit, because the map is a little large.
Got that manicure cam.
You got a little bit of
play 7.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got a little bit of that.
All right. 15's the number to beat.
17.
15's the number to beat.
Initiatives.
I'm like, what's fake? That's a fake dragon. That's not real. Nope. This is all an illusion.
Razu and Kane. The face stealer has now morphed into a large green dragon that has immediately consumed the kobolds that were attempting to run. He technically is huge,
Okay.
yes.
Just making sure.
I'm the one out front. I thought Tiku was. She was running after it.
That's Tiku, that's you.
Yeah, okay.
Why Tiku first?
So what up? What do you guys want to do?
She was trying to save her friends.
For what it's worth, it is very clear that this dragon, upon consuming the kobolds, is hostile towards you. Upon consuming them, its look towards you, its mouth open, has almost like a poisonous gas, or better to say acid, that it seems to be leaking from its mouth, pouring into this almost river, which, as you guys... Ooh, I apologize.
Are we standing in the river?
Yes. As you guys exit from the cave, you're standing in a...
Did we have an option to not stand in the river?
No.
As soon as you exit the cave, you exit with your... It'd be just above your shins. Almost knee deep, just below knee deep in the water. What do you guys want to do?
Wait. Wait, we go first?
These two.
Would it be difficult terrain then, since we're
also with us.
knee deep in the water?
Kane, Tiku,
Also
you're the dragon
The large
experts.
creatures.
No, he's
What's the plan?
Or for the people that can move
Kill it.
feet in water?
But that's what you do with everything!
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
Go, girl. Why do we even have dragon experts?
Action dash.
It's a fuck dragon, I'm telling you.
My summon is going to get in
This is
melee
all an
range.
illusion.
I do not believe it has any bonus actions. No, it does not. So it's just going to action dash into melee range.
Would you like to test that theory?
Malorith, she has 80 feet, so she
I mean, that's why I'm standing here.
around here. And she is going to also not have movement, so she
mean,
is
it's an
also
illusion
going to action dash to roughly here. To spread out. And I am also going to action dash to roughly here.
But you have 3 U's?
Clearly, that's him.
No, that is Malorith. That is me. That is my summon.
Alright, fair enough. Oh no, that is
She's
definitely
actually
not...
the gold dragon. So
What do you want to do, Razu? Dragon is obviously hostile.
How long would you say it's been since we've chased him? Because we were like still in this shit. It's only been like 3 minutes, maybe?
it's been less than 1.
It's seconds. Tiku, last combat literally ended with Tiku sprinting to catch up to this, and then Zephyr lightning balling in whatever that rat abomination was. Again, aberration would be a better way to say
So,
it.
because I can't bonus action dash when I was chasing, would you say I would be able to have used my bonus action during those turns to prolong my rage?
You can't prolong your rage.
You can as
The
a bonus
new
action, you can
2024
do it
can.
for up to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say then yes. Your rage could be prolonged.
Because we were still in midst of combat.
Yeah.
Like, it's been 30 seconds at most.
Maybe 60 feet forward this way.
Remember that conversation we had?
Ask someone to help you move.
Well, just that you're not going to be able to reach or really see through the map.
Actually, that would be difficult terrain, so I'm going to say roughly there. Just enough to get out of the water.
60 feet?
Because that's 30 feet.
The water is difficult terrain running through it.
You're like sloshing.
Yes. You ever tried to run through knee-deep water?
Yeah, I just didn't know we were in water. I thought you said there was a river, not that we were in the river.
He literally said, is there any way to not go in the river? And I said, no. When you come out of the cave, you're in the river. So that's your 60 feet.
How much longer would it take to get to the dragon?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30,
1.5 turns?
40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70 with 30. 100 feet.
So yeah, 1.5 turns.
Would it not be faster?
That is what I did.
On this rock and then jump.
I figured our dragon experts would say that.
I thought that was
The rock
obvious.
technically isn't... I would let you attempt an acrobatics roll for it. Technically, that's not a full rock. Okay. It's more like stepping on almost like wet stones that are protruding out of the water. Think of it'd be like a stone covered in mud and algae, mainly algae.
So you want me to make an acrobatics?
Yes, for the sake of that one, yes. Because this is
I have the
basically...
strength to do it.
I know,
just needed to
this
get
is just
proper
going to be if
footing.
you slip or not. So, that means you're going to go to, you were right here, so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then we're jumping. The river does go off this way, by the way.
Yeah, it continues on.
Okay.
It's not terribly hard. It's a 15.
Use my second surge of Kinky Recall for 22.
Oh.
40.
And then I would use the diagonal and try to go towards the dragon and see if I can get to him in my next one.
Just to let you know.
Okay, so that was move and action dash, yeah?
For long range.
You can long jump equal to your strength attribute. So he has 24 strength, so he could just jump 24 feet without even having to roll.
Yeah, but he's saying it was slippery.
Yeah, that's why it was.
check,
That's why it wasn't athletics. It was acrobatics to see if he was going to slip off of the algae-covered rocks. Okay, so it is now its turn. You know, it's just going to do dragon things.
Paul went before. You said you rolled a 22.
I don't know who you thought you heard. Yeah, you did not hear what you think you heard.
This is 90 feet, so it's actually 30 feet more than this.
So sad.
It's 90 feet?
So
it's an ancient?
So is Clay Beekman in that?
No?
Yes.
Nope. Okay, y'all
No,
here.
not that. It's not.
I thought
He's like, no, I'm not here. He's hiding.
no take backs.
He's behind Zephyr.
Oh God!
Would I know that it's an adult?
I'm gonna fail this too. Oh,
So it's
I don't have my shield.
Oh, we all have +5 if y'all around me, by the way.
Oh, its size.
Taller me.
So how you would interpret this as Kane? Its size is like borderline ancient.
So is it huge?
Yes, it is huge. Okay, so it's a
Ardal
con save.
and Zephyr have +5 to this
It
concept.
is a Constitution saving throw, DC 22.
Is it a magical effect?
I'm gonna go ahead and use it.
I don't think you're hit by this.
Razu is not. Razu is the only person who does not get hit by it.
I'm gonna use my luck feet.
I'm surprised that tree stayed up.
I'm assuming the dragon doesn't get hit either?
No, I purposefully spaced them like that.
I mean, I purposely ran to the side.
I'm gonna use my inspiration to reroll.
Instant inspiration.
Hey,
I'm
against the
going to
dragon's breath attack, I would say that is actually useful.
20 for a total of 28.
I'm going to
I think I'm gonna have to start with my inspiration too. guys.
reroll as well with my indomitable.
just
Indomitable and another inspiration.
Yeah.
Oh, did
Two inspiration.
He didn't take a
This guy is not great.
last combat, did
No,
he?
Nope. No.
We're right
almost
into
the
it.
same combat.
It's almost
I
the
know.
same combat, yeah.
I'm surprised we re-rolled initiative, honestly.
This is combat part 2, and it's because he didn't keep track of it last week.
Well, also,
I
it's
guess
a new
also
enemy.
it was a new scene.
Yeah, it's a new scene, new enemy.
Got 18.
What are you doing saying
DC
scenes like this is a game? This is real, Razu!
I succeeded.
I mean, a new scene could be used in real life.
Okay,
So bad.
so it is 74 points of poison damage. Oh, yes, poison damage.
Is that half already?
No. So
Down to 37?
Do you want?
No.
have to.
I need
yeah,
to.
it's 37.
I need to get the spell contingency.
I'm gonna use my
and have
reactive
cast wall
resistance as
force
well.
whenever dragon breath gets
Yeah.
pushed
Okay.
on me.
So cut it into a quarter. Should be
What do I know?
37.
2024 actually allows cover to work on AoEs now.
17.
Did you fail?
17 damage to you.
That works. Indomitable succeeded.
Even with the +5?
So it's 70
I
how
think I got
much?
19.
70 how much for poison damage?
How much?
74.
74. Half to 37 if you succeeded.
Half again if you're resistant to poison.
He's like.
Oh, I am resistant to poison. Oh wait, no, that was.
Imagine not playing a
character.
dwarf.
That was a potion, I think.
Gurgle turns
Yeah,
around.
we just already were off.
told you it's like, oh god, no! As they were like dying and you're melting.
Worth noting for you guys, as it sends its breath out, it's almost as if the breath itself is less of a gas that comes from inside of it, as much as directly in front of it. One might say about 15 feet in front of it, it actually spews almost like globs of acid, and as that globs of acid hit, those effectively are throwing off. Think like when a volcano goes and there's all the splinters of lava. This is effectively acid that's coming from its mouth and hitting in very clearly 15 feet in front of it. More dangerous, and then past that, it's almost like flinging off bits of poisonous up, almost like poisonous globs. And as they actually hit you, and you're able to dodge a good portion of them, but as you actually hit you, what actually ends up on you is it's almost like little bits of algae that stick to you and then start to simmer. And in a similar fashion, as that gas and those little bits of algae fill the water around you, Gurgle, you being the furthest one up because you were moving the fastest out of session, the furthest closest to Tiku, you would also see the water around you is immediately almost like it hits and the water almost like a swamp style feel. The temperature isn't going up, but it starts to bubble.
I'm starting to think maybe this isn't an illusion, Zephyr.
With that,
everyone lost bless. I'm sure no one remembered they had bless, but everyone lost bless.
With that, the dragon does not. So the dragon doesn't move position.
You could have added bless to your saving throw.
You missed.
You could roll a 4.
Hang on. I did.
That is important.
You'd roll pretty high.
Nope, I got
Unfortunate.
3.
While the dragon does not move forward or charge, you do notice that it takes almost a defensive posture to the cave entrance. Almost like you almost get the idea of like prowling.
Where's Salga's Ben Luck when we need it?
He was following us.
Oh, your manifest mind?
You'd probably have him in front of you, right?
He'd pretty much be next to me because he moves slower.
Oh, okay.
I thought you could just move it within 30 feet of yourself.
No, he can't dash.
No, he has 30 feet movement. It's not within 30 feet of him. Okay, with that's the end of its turn, but it does, you being the closest Tiku, as you run up, it kind of like looks at you a little bit, almost like with a pleasant smile, as that algae almost like stuck in between its teeth is now almost like gaseous smoke coming off of him. Missed one. And it's your guys' turn.
Hold on, this is important. I'm gonna go ahead and cast, where is it? Aura of Vitality at 4th level. Can I cast it at 4th level?
I don't know.
Oh no.
You're Clay Beekman.
I know I'm Clay Beekman. Why can't I upcast Aura of Vitality?
You're 100 feet away.
No, he got a little bit closer.
Oh, right. And I guess you're like 80 feet.
This man's gonna have freaking legendary resistances.
Oh, because it's not from my spell slot, it's from my class. It's always prepared at 3rd level.
If you want to jump,
Crap. Oh, but I can. I will.
55. I could get one space right there.
Yeah, I'm casting Aura of Vitality at 4th level.
Aura of Vitality, do you pick a spot or is it centered on you?
I think
Is
it's centered on him.
Yeah, it's centered on me. It's a 30-foot radius. And then,
I believe Tiku's out of that.
Correct. It is just those 4.
Tiku's out of that.
When a dragon does a breath attack, it starts in front of him in a 5
then
foot,
I will-
goes 3, 5.
It's just a cone.
Tiku, how many hit points are you at right now?
It's like small enough that it has to be like in the
I'm
5 foot
decent.
range.
I'm at 34 down.
34 down. Well, you're getting some healing. You get 8.
You want to hand me a concentration marker?
Sweet. They're dark red.
I would like healing.
As a bonus action. Oh, I can't because I cast a spell.
Yeah, it's fine.
Was that a mini?
Failure. No, it was a condition marker.
And then I'm going to move
Nice.
Taken out.
And
out of the water that way.
so the water does expand in each direction.
Yes, I know. I want to go as
Currently,
far as
it
I
would
can. I
take
have
about-
40 foot of movement, and that's
And you want to go that way?
no. That I want to get out of the water. Closest way out of the water.
That would be like right there in that
15,
corner.
20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
One more. He gets the one diagonal. There you go.
You are on a little island.
That does not count as being above the water, just so you know. Again, that's more so supposed to represent the reason it's not finished. It's more
Currents
supposed
or, like,
to run
shallower
like
waters.
almost like little boulders coming out of the water.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be the end of his turn. It's going to use a legendary action.
Of course.
Yeah.
Do another breath.
Imagine.
Don't they have to roll a d6 every turn
Sometimes.
to get it back?
Depends on the dragon.
Okay, it is going.
But most things, on their turn.
He's
they
definitely
can
gonna do this
roll,
on
and
Tiku.
if they-
He's gonna cast a spell.
Okay,
lucky to
Tiku, you
get
need to make
it
a
back
wisdom
to
saving throw.
On who?
Tiku.
So it's a spell. I counterspell it.
I don't think you're within 90 feet.
Oh wait, maybe I'm not.
Where's the string?
He is totally within 90 feet.
Nah, I don't think so. With how far away I was? Well, I guess.
Well, it's 60 feet.
It's a straight
anyways.
line, though.
It's 60 foot, so
Oh, if it's 60 foot, there's no way.
yeah.
You're about 100 feet away.
All right.
Wisdom?
Wisdom saving throw.
Dirty 20?
I believe that's actually a success.
I rolled an 18, so hopefully.
Nah.
Spell DC 17.
Ooh! He's about to be like DC 26.
Okay.
Actually.
Yes, so it's half as much on a fail. Sorry, 44. This ain't that bad. Okay. So, that is 11 points of psychic damage. As it looks to you and it says missed one,
Is that half or not?
the smoke, it's just, so it's 11 psychic damage, that's not halved.
So you said that
I-
half damage on a success.
Yes, so half to 6.
Okay.
5.
Yes, half to 5. What that actually is for you, Tiku, as it says missed one and that smoke almost coming up from the algae again stuck in between its teeth, it almost looks like the smoke is kobolds that almost like seem to be screaming and crying, and that almost like that cry, that echo of the kobolds in your head is almost like numbing to the point of like a piercing pain. You're able to knock off quite a bit of it, especially because effectively being enraged through combat as you guys are still going, but the sound doesn't go away. For what it's also, yeah, I think I should tell you, he is concentrating. If you want to put a concentration thing on his wing.
Sorry. Should have thrown it over. It's so cute.
I love the giant ass minis that you just.
Trojan, Tiku says. You disappeared. And I'm gonna pose frightened on myself.
Okay.
So Tiku's just gonna like fly to the other side of the water.
What? You can fly,
A little
Tiku?
more.
She's been able to fly for a long time, actually.
You want to move her one more square?
Now I can fly without using an action, yeah. Basically I want to be at a cone range if he does
You
that.
might want to
right?
go one more square then.
Well, I can't get closer, so you have to go sideways. So off
That
the
would
map.
take you off the map.
Yeah.
I think you technically could have not moved closer. And just gone
It would have just been an arc, but
Yeah. It would have been fine.
either way.
Why are you here? Is he going towards the village?
So he doesn't seem to be moving. He seems to be in a very protective posture to the cave entrance.
Oh, I thought last session he was trying to bait Tiku by looking towards the kobold village and being like,
he was
In
still.
the cave entrance?
What?
Can he fit in the cave entrance? He looks a lot bigger than it.
He can.
You know, those
Welcome
wings
to
can
welcome-
retract.
"Welcome to minis."
I was just wondering because it's also like maybe you didn't have a doorway big enough for a dragon, but just wondering in the lore.
Let me
he
just
fit
make
in?
something
Yes. But also the dragons
Why not, Hiram?
stay up like
You
that.
can't see it.
Where's my immersion?
He already can't see it.
Why is he here?
action dash, or I'm a bonus action dash, and then I'm gonna get right there, and then I'm gonna whip its ass.
Okay.
You didn't nickel butts.
30.
30 is definitely gonna hit.
How deep's the water?
Ankle.
No, almost
A
knee.
little deeper than ankle.
Okay.
Almost knee deep.
Okay.
You said between ankle and
Can I
knee.
swim in it? It's deep enough to swim.
Crouch.
Say no. It'd be more like you ever been in water that's low enough that when you like lay down in it you can walk on your hands.
Basically, it's here to here deep.
Yeah, that's kind of what it would be. Is you'd be walking about it.
like.
So what you do is you get super low and you just swim like that.
If I swim on my back.
Backstroke.
Why do you have
Get full
swimming speed
movement.
equal to your walking speed?
Yes.
I bring the swimming.
24 slashing damage.
24 slashing damage. Okay.
And I wrap
I'm
his
faster
toe.
in the water than I am on foot.
Cat.
Probably his leg.
It'd be like around the base of his leg, almost like that would actually be around his ankle. He's got an ankle bracelet, and that ankle bracelet is a gurgle.
We got him on the ropes. Apparently this is real.
Okay, so that was it because you dashed. Okay, he's going to use another legendary action.
It's just really fake.
He's actually going to use two of his legendary actions, and he's going to use
Himself only has 3.
nauseous miasma. So that almost like that bubbling in this river quickly almost seems to and spreads. It almost looks like something is like alive in it, pushing outwards. It is very much so like a wave to the point that where from the spot where it starts, the bubbles stop. But as they and build to the edges of the water, as they hit the edges, it's almost like a volcanic cloud when it hits a wall. As that trippy, as it hits, it just and almost makes like just walls going up the miasma. It only hits things that are within the river. And this one is actually a dexterity saving throw.
Are these two?
How high up?
Are these two actually
What's
in
the
it?
save? Can I even make it?
Are these
17.
two?
Oh, okay.
Are these two actually in it?
It's like the 20-something. I'm like,
Yes.
You are not in range of Clay Beekman now.
I know.
How high up?
It doesn't stay. It's like a.
I'm just saying because my dragon's like 10, 15 feet in the air.
Oh, that would definitely.
Okay, so Randy,
I fell.
who's all caught in that spell?
What happens?
Zephyr. I forgot to roll for Ardal on the breath attack.
You also
Did
he roll
failed,
initiative?
but he has resistance. He did roll an initiative. He goes. He got a 13.
And I'm not caught in that, right? Or am I?
You are caught in this
I am caught in it. Alright, what is it?
So it's a dexterity saving throw, DC 17.
My dragon fails.
I got a dirty 20.
Success. That's good.
I'm probably unconscious, guys.
Wait,
just so you know.
hold on. They're in the river here, or is this on the?
That's the river. That's the river. It still keeps going.
Okay.
I'm gonna spawn in. I just spawned in and died. That's what's
after we
gonna happen
walked
here.
in, did the mirror behind us disappear?
After you walked in, you turn around. The cave, or that almost like that white wall, seems to be gone. However, as you look back, you can see the river. It continues to go, but it's almost as if it goes into like a white mist. Like it just seems to kind of end. You can't really tell when it does. The river seems to go on as far as you can see, but for some reason you can't gauge how far the distance is. Okay, so with that, so that was a success on you. I know you failed. Tiku's not in it, and I assume you succeeded. Okay, so it is 11 points of poison damage.
Oh, good. I'm not dead yet.
Is that already halved or not?
No.
5 points.
And then Ardal and Zephyr both failed. Failed. Your armor class is reduced by 6.
Oh. I don't know if that matters too much. I'm a wizard, so.
He's like, was I gonna dodge anyway?
For what it's worth, as that hits you, it seems to almost like hit the armament that you are wearing, like the clothing, and it almost starts to like seep through it. Think like water hitting your clothing, starting to soak through it, and you immediately get the sense that if this makes it through to you, it's going to be really bad. That is to say, if your armor class is reduced to 0.
Well, I mean.
Okay, that was its legendary action.
I haven't gotten at all yet.
That was 2 legendary actions.
I'm just gonna move up to him. John, if you could put me to this little dirt patch.
I spawned in. But 85
How are you doing
so far. I've lost 6
action.
By jumping and stuff. Basically, Roz is an acrobat.
And I just jump over the water so I never get impaired movement. And then I'm just gonna bonus action extend range. That's it.
Okay.
I'll go next.
I believe you have to go. No, Zephyr's right.
I still gotta go. But
Ooh. I'm going to have him get out of range of the water.
As apparently that's really bad. He's going to make 3 attacks. Malrith is going to move up and breath attack and then gain distance again. And I am going to do the
I'm
same.
very limited.
So he needs to make 2 dex saves.
Very limited next 2 steps.
That is a crit miss, and a 24 to hit.
The new way they do dex bonuses kind of messes with my head.
Did you guys actually get
3
the
dex.
monster manual?
29 and 24.
Both those save. One more dex save, please.
21.
That one will also save, so he would take half damage. So 3. I assume 24 hits.
Did you guys get the new monster manual?
20, 23.
I love it.
Because it's weird.
You can go, Zephyr. I'm just doing that.
Break.
Oh god. On masteries like push, what would you say the limit it would be before you can't? Because it doesn't make sense.
I would make it a contested roll.
And they just get pluses for every size class bigger?
Plus 5 to 10.
What's the range on this? How? I run so far away.
What are we doing, Zephyr?
77 points of damage, combination of slashing and fire that he cannot be resistant to.
The slashing or the fire?
Fire. Technically, a slashing is magical, so.
Be specific, Bob.
What's specific? I said fire that he can't be
Very
resistant
important.
I'm gonna have to just Misty Step 30 feet. Let's go that way. It's Misty Step. Misty Step. Misty Step.
Misty Step is a straight line.
Yeah, so just whoever. Okay, I was making sure we're actually counting 30. I don't really care where it goes. Okay.
Also, I feel like that's the direction most people went. Maybe you don't want to go that way?
I was just counting.
Well, I'm trying to be on the
closest-
map.
It's also the closest way to get out of the water, unfortunately.
And then I will also move another 30 feet. Well, can I get 60 feet of... I need to get 60 feet by the dragon, too.
So probably 30 feet forward.
So one more.
So that's 60 feet. Okay. Yeah,
Yep.
I'm gonna do that.
3, 4, 5, 6. That's all your movement as well.
That is all your movement.
So that's my bonus action. I have my action.
Yep.
I don't know how many people are there. Am I like in dragon breath danger?
You are currently in range of Razu, and
He could hit
Clay, and myself.
at this moment, depending on how he did his cone, he could possibly hit 3 people.
He could hit 4
That's
people
not-
if he cones. That would include you.
Who's the forward?
Trying to be the least tasty target here.
I guess that would probably. Yeah, he could do that for sure.
Might have to just cast a Cure Wounds.
He could definitely hit 4 people if he wanted to.
The problem is when half the map is cut off, you only have
Right.
180 degrees to work with.
I'm gonna cast 5th level Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay. Healing. Okay, so that's going to be the end of your turn.
50 health.
Okay. He's going to use his fourth and final legendary action.
Got 4!
Every round.
He's got more action economy than we do!
Tiku, another wisdom saving throw.
Okay. I can counterspell this one.
Same. It's the same spell.
But it's a... Okay, hang on. So if this is a because he
He's
started
not
concentrating.
concentrating. So, Tiku passed, which means he's not concentrating on whatever this is. He is concentrating on something else.
He is concentrating on something else.
Speaking of, those were like from 6 different attacks. I assume he can't fail though, so...
Is it DC 10?
Oh
yeah, 'cause
the highest
you
was
said
33,
6, 7?
which would have
Yeah, I'm still gonna-
17.
Let's counterspell it.
Okay. Don't gotta roll. It's a third.
Oh, so okay.
He just had to pass.
It's good. Take a 1. Natural 1.
Just rolled a 15. 4 out of 5 rolls.
I'm talking about the dex save.
Natural 1.
Well,
I was rolling for Constitution, and he rolled a 15 on just 4 out of 5. Or sorry, 4 out of 5 rolls. You said there were 6 attacks. It's a natural 1. I can break them.
Oh, really? Okay.
Done. That would be the end. Or no, Ardal. Ardal needs to go. I will not forget him.
He will not be petrified by fear this time.
Tiku is petrified by fear. This turn.
Fucking monks.
No, he can make it. He's got a.
Can't he like air?
I miss being a monk sometimes.
He is not. He does not get. He does not. He ignores difficult terrain.
Tiku's
There we go. That said, that's still. He's 90. He's 100 feet away, which means that he has to use his bonus action with key point as well as dash. So he just full sprints it up. He is still blood righted. He still has his spikes from the previous encounter, but that would be the end of his turn, which that would bring us to the dragon.
Number one way to fight marshals: kite them. Monks. What'd you say?
Okay. And then are you 2 spaces away, girl? No, because you're a huge creature, right?
No, I'm not.
You dropped concentration on that?
You were large from the last fight.
Yeah, you were still huge at the end of the last combat.
Unless you chose to drop it.
I wouldn't have dropped it. I don't know how long the spell lasts.
If it's a
Oh,
minute,
10 minutes?
then
It's still active.
is still active for like 3 or 4 turns.
1, 2, 3. It'll be active for another. It's 10 turns. 10 turns in a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So 3
Five
turns.
You'd have like
4 maybe.
Because the last combat
you'd have
was
like
only
6 or
3
5,
rounds.
5 or 6.
Yeah.
How long does it last?
So there's 30 seconds. It is a minute.
So I would say I'm just gonna cut it in the middle. I'm gonna say you have 5 turns of it left. You already went
it's
once,
4.
so now it's 4.
Then I guess I
Okay.
But I would be huge in your case, not large.
Indeed. I have a huge base, but I don't have anything to stick you to it.
So I did not
That
swim
must
through
be
the water.
funny.
We have plenty.
We have plenty. I just don't have it down here.
That's good placement.
I think I have it.
All right.
I think it's down here.
Okay, so that is going to bring it to its turn. It is simply going to make its multi-attacks. So that is going to be...
You see to paint like 3 minis of yourself.
Hey, I have none. I'm going to be doing
Okay, so it's going to do 3 attacks, 2 of which are going to be on Razu. And then the last one is going to be, again, the wisdom saving throw on you.
Man, he really hates Tiku.
What did I do?
Razu...
I'm just a slow runner.
Been in melee range.
You didn't hit him, right? You ran up.
He's not attacking.
No reckless.
This is the same creature,
I
presumably. So
Come on.
21.
That might miss. No,
22.
never mind.
You're good. It's fine. Trinity countered the one I only got the one on.
Oh, good.
Okay, what'd you get on this one?
19.
That's success. So you would only take half damage. So Tiku, you should take half of 7, so that's going to be 3.
3 damage, me, dear.
And again, you can hear the crying. It almost reminds you of a soul that can't pass, but it's a little bit different.
I'm gonna roll. What is this? What is fear typically? What do you
Wisdom
roll?
based.
Frightened is charisma usually, isn't it?
Pretty sure it's wisdom based.
It's wisdom. The frightened, at least for fighter, and yeah, it's almost always wisdom.
There's literally a fear spell, and it is a wisdom saving throw.
Cool. So yes, wisdom.
I'm gonna be rolling that for myself for a minute.
oh well, if we're playing it that way too, my whip would still be
17's
ignited
anything
too.
else.
So
It would.
So I'll give
fire
myself disadvantage me because this
Hey.
guy.
Every little bit counts.
we take those. That's 3 damage we didn't have before.
We might have an unrational.
Listen, I already deal a small amount of damage. I gotta take it right. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, since I'm also large, I gotta do this too.
Oh no, I was thinking Laura.
Do you wanna tell me the
Would
damage
have
roll?
disadvantage against this guy.
No.
Additional 3 slashing damage too.
Is it vertical yet?
We additional 3 slashing damage.
Damage on him.
I need additional 3 slashing damage since I'm juiced.
There we go.
We're doing great, guys.
The best. Ooh, that's really high.
Goodbye, Razu. 30 points of slashing damage.
30 points of slashing damage. So that would be.
Can I?
Effectively, he would gouge you with both of it with his two front legs, and then again, Tiku, as he's attacking Razu, rather than almost like going down and biting, it is almost like clear that he's attacking, but he's sitting in a way to where he's always looking at you.
Can I use Cloud Rune to direct an attack towards a teammate as well, if there's no enemy hostiles? So the way it reads is, when a creature you see within 30 feet hits an attack, or when a creature you can see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use your reaction to choose a different creature other than the attacker within 30 feet to become target of the attack.
You could choose whoever you wanted.
Yeah, so I can choose a teammate.
Yeah.
If I saw like him get hit and I wanted to redirect the attack to another teammate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, for sure.
This would technically mean yourself.
You could choose yourself.
It does just say creature.
Yeah.
I understand.
You could also
it.
get hit yourself under
I know. I was just confirming mechanics.
Okay,
For the
so
future. I'm not going to use
that
it,
would bring us.
but I am
wait.
confirming for the future.
Sorry, what'd you get on the wisdom saving throw one more time?
Someone that has like hellish rebuke.
19 on the one that you on the attack.
Okay,
Or you do it to
that
a
is a success.
redemption paladin. That
I got
also
the
has
5 on my fear imposed wisdom saving
Post
throw.
fear. Okay, so that would bring the end of his turn, and back to you guys.
And the redemption paladin is
Okay.
back to it.
I would like to get my movement out that river.
Genius.
15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40.
How close am I to Zephyr?
10, 20, 30, 35.
20 feet?
20 feet. I'm going to use a bonus action to use my Aura of Vitality to give him 5 hit points.
I mean,
Healing.
take every little bit. If
I wish my dice were rolling a little bit better.
Does the same damage. I might survive.
How many people are within 30 feet of me? Is it just me?
It's just you and Zephyr.
Me and Zephyr. I don't really want to waste that spell on.
You did add an extra 3 damage beyond the fire damage, right?
But I do need to heal myself as well. So I'm going to cast.
Because I'm large, I get
Prayer of
extra
Healing.
D4 and an extra D6.
At second level, I can only target myself and Zephyr due to range.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm like, it's not a lot.
For
like,
10 more hit
options.
points.
Okay.
That's the problem with this battlefield. We spawned over here.
Bro, it took me 2 turns just to get in range.
Alright.
You guys have like all the paints at your house, right?
What?
You guys have all the paints at your house, right? Those
There
are
is none of them,
terrain
yeah.
paints.
Because Justin took him and then he didn't come back, so I didn't think to grab him.
I think that thing that I have is only a large thing.
No, that's a huge.
Then he's a gargantuan, not a huge.
So if you look at him, he's got another circle inside of it. It's because the mini's too big to put on a huge. But technically that outside one is not encompassed by him.
D&D is also really weird. Like a huge
Also,
creature
everybody
looks
thinks-
a lot bigger than it actually is.
Anybody else think that those wings look like dried beef jerky?
I don't know. Girls like looking up, just
reading the screen, but people don't eat it.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
Okay, so that would be the end of play defense done.
You're gonna cook this, right, Seeker?
You sounded like you knew what you wanted to do.
Sure. I will just be attacking twice. I'll be using a stack.
The dragon's done. So it's our turn now.
Yeah, Clay Beekman already went.
Correct.
25 to hit.
20 hit.
Yeah, I wanted to get that heal out before.
19.
Moved.
19 also hits.
Let's go. And then I'm going to bonus action drink a potion of greater healing.
Zephyr's the one that has the refillable one, right?
Yep.
I also have a refillable, but yeah.
Which is, what are you?
Mine's a superior, his is a greater. You want to get rid of the thing he's concentrating on? Tree?
Alright, 36 on the first hit.
Another combined dispel magic?
Okay.
Do we need to come?
I mean...
We just cast them separately.
We could just cast them separately, but
And then
from
26
what I've
on
seen,
the second
combining
hit.
them made it stronger.
Okay.
And then I'm going to... Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Alright, was that reckless?
That was reckless.
Okay. It is going to use a legendary action.
I think it is.
So I'm going to do it, whatever this is. It's my guess, because that's what he's guarding.
It is just going to rend Razu. Advantage in striking Razu. Goodness. There goes.
I'm just
Technically,
curious.
it has advantage on striking me too, if that matters.
Did you also reckless?
Oh, hold on.
Noted. That is cocked.
Not that matters. If you want to hit him, you can hit him. Just
32.
Throwing that out there.
Is wow, that's extremely low. That's 9 points of slashing damage, Razu.
Is that already halved?
No. Okay. So 4.
Okay.
It's not really very high.
Deku, do you know what it's focusing on?
As he asked that, you have the same feeling of when your guys' harvest was short, and there was almost like the dread of, can you prepare a feast that's good enough to not have someone included with it. Effectively, the focus on this, or like what your impression would be, its payment has not been properly fulfilled. And you would also know that the response to its payment not being fulfilled is always at least one of your friends would die.
Something's wrong with Tiku.
Tribute. Not good enough. Not good enough. It's never good enough. Oh, he's eating.
Isn't that your thing? And I'm just gonna cast Summon Elemental instead. I need to get a concentration spell going. I'm casting at 7th level.
Tico's like,
What size?
I think it's just a medium.
Summon Elemental still summons an Elemental. It just
Yeah.
stays in one place and grapples now and is much weaker and sadder.
But I'm pretty sure the lesser version doesn't.
Conjure Minor Elementals is broken, we're not using it.
I think they're just medium or small. I don't think it matters.
Dude, Conjure
We have a bunch of
Elemental is
elementals,
so much sadder now. I almost wish we could go back to the original Conjure Elemental.
Yeah, we have the little elementals. Do you want to get a bunch of little wind elementals?
Have you read
You
it?
got one? What did
How
you
many?
said?
Yeah.
All it does is just do a grapple check. That's literally it. And then does damage when it grapples.
I think you're looking at a different spell. Element. Yeah, because it summons an elemental spirit. Oh, it's here. Maybe we're in stack block. Wrong. Hang on. Let me read this.
Okay.
We're all walking about.
Initiative. Yeah, evade your verbal commands.
Maybe I'm thinking of Conjure Greater Elemental.
Yeah, maybe that's right. But I'm doing summon elemental, and it's actual elemental.
Okay, so that's actually pretty cool. Yeah, if you look up Conjure Greater Elemental, it's just...
So you're spawning it just at his base?
I think I vaguely remember it.
Just up here? Is what we're doing?
Yeah, because it is a melee attacker. So yeah,
He'd probably summon it behind him to not be in the water.
and I do have a 90-foot range, so
I
Where you want
just want
it?
the best interaction
not in the water.
Behind him?
He can fit between 1-inch gaps.
You could like put it in like
so he can
that corner of the
pretty much go
dragon.
wherever.
We could just say it's not in the water.
Okay, and it shares my initiative.
It's an air elemental. And it floats.
I like to think of it as a lightning elemental.
Yeah, Kayla.
All right. And I will. So that's my action. I will. So it makes the number of slam attacks equal to half the spell's level rounded down. So just 3 slam attacks. Can't read anything.
Arm is in the way.
Just see through her arm. She makes a great window.
Alright, attack rolls equal to your spell attack modifier, which is 12. So.
We're all new using...
17?
To hit or
Yeah.
damage?
Well, 17 to hit first.
17 does not hit.
Okay. And then the next one is 21?
Yeah.
Okay. So 2 hits. Sorry, this take a moment. I'm just.
We're all using new
Spell.
spells none of us are familiar with.
So that's 17 plus 8 plus.
While he's doing that, I want to roll my wisdom saving throw again. Woo! 16. It's the DC 17, right? So,
DC is 17.
nope. Nada.
Okay, so it's 39 lightning damage
39 lightning damage.
as it slams twice into it.
Okay.
So I am holding concentration.
Okay. So before...
Oh, and let's move me like 30 feet. Yeah, let's move me like 30 feet over. I'm trying to just get out of range of other people.
30.
So whatever makes sense there.
You know, the trees look really cool, but they get in the way.
And then I will also bonus action a potion.
What we could do, if you like glued like magnets to the
did I hear that right?
Like a metal sheet that we could put
The
on top of it.
druid is saying he wants to clear cut the forest.
I'm a dragon. Fire's my #1 thing. Burn it down. It can grow later when I'm not here.
Burn it to the ground. Okay. It is going to use... Ooh! Apologies, that was loud. It's going to use 3 of its legendary actions.
Oh no.
Oh, good. Let's legendary actions.
Yeah.
Okay, it is... It's going to be on you again, Tiku. This is an intelligence saving throw.
Oh no.
By the way, you're maintaining me in 60 feet, right?
Yes.
Hey, where is everything?
Wait, hang on.
Oh, that's a fail.
Oh, up on his
Tell me.
feet.
It's
That's a
fast now.
fail.
It's fast now.
It's a 5.
It's a pass now?
No, she's already told me, so I can't choose to counterspell
So
it.
I'll up
I
Tiku to
see.
fly over to you.
Okay. As you are unable to break this fear of this familiar yet almost dangerously alien green dragon, the cries almost go to cheers of almost hope for a moment. There's like almost a brief feeling of encouragement as sprinting from effectively from what would be the north face of this mountain, you see a large entourage of your kobold friends that are all running to assist in fighting this green dragon. And as they run, you watch as the ground almost starts to bubble, just like the river. As they step in it, the bubbles almost like pop and rip, almost like mini landmines of poisonous gas. As each of your kobold friends, by the dozens of your clanmates, all coming again, what was a brief moment of almost like camaraderie and almost
Reinforcements?
yeah, the bravado of your friends, your family coming is quickly overshadowed by the dread and grief of watching again your tribesmen die by the dozens as they step on these effective acid landmines and just almost in like an instant of effectively melting, their flesh just kind of and they almost just melt down into pieces.
That was almost me.
Okay, so
She's not worried about you, Zephyr.
I know.
She doesn't even see you.
Stop!
You're not even there.
that's
That's me as food.
Don't come!
That's what she sees.
36 points of psychic damage that time as you rapidly start to relive the anguish of what had happened when you originally were cut off from your tribe. The only thing that kind of kept you going during that time was the struggle for survival in those death games. And you were able to almost shelve it in the back of your mind, and almost all of that almost like resurfacing, never quite dealt with. You almost feel yourself starting to lose your mind. For the rest of you, you guys can see Tiku. She's gone from like a frightened to almost trying to huddle down, her hatchet like kind of held close to her head, to the point that for you guys, what you actually see, the damage that she seems to be taking, not only is it psychic, but it's almost as if she's got her hatchet and is almost like cutting into her head, like she's trying to dig the thoughts out. You do not realize you're doing it, but you are effectively cutting into your skull to try and dig these thoughts, these images out. All right. Okay, keep going. It's still your guys' turn.
Tiku, we need you to focus.
I'm going to action dash, and I'm basically going
Don't come. Put this up.
go up to Tiku, and I almost want to. I know she's strong as hell, but currently she's in a compromised state. I want to almost knock her prone, basically trying to completely envelop her vision, completely blocking the green dragon, at least attempting to, as I basically snarl in her face. Tiku, snap out of it! What you're seeing is not real!
I don't know if a dragon's the way to handle this.
And I'm attempting to intimidate her.
Her fear of dragons even more enforced.
Particularly this dragon, but
You are gonna. So you roll intimidation.
I'm just saying, like, this is what
Natural 20.
trying to handle trauma through exposure.
This is like when you're like, I just cut my hand, and then somebody's like, I got a way to fix that. Stomps on your toe.
It's kind of true.
I'm afraid of spiders. Oh, I have a solution. Dump spiders on you.
That is a viable strategy.
I know.
So you get to roll again. That's what that's going to be. I will say that you will have advantage on it, based on how high the roll was. As
That's pretty good.
initially met by the fear of a new dragon, not especially for you, not only a new one, but a seemingly gold one. As the fear almost starts to invigorate, as you realize, oh, this is worse than I thought. With that being the case, what'd you get?
What's your plus?
Is it wisdom again?
Yes, this would be
21?
wisdom. 21. Okay. As those thoughts start to go through your head, you have the first rational one. This dragon's too small. The gold dragon that you know is bigger than the green. It wouldn't make sense for him to be this small, nor for it to tell you to snap out of it. And you're able to break free of the fear, although your tribesmen are still effectively running through a minefield.
I said Tickle said stop!
As you yell out to them, they don't seem to pay attention to you. Whether they're ignoring you or can't hear you, unknown. But they seem wholeheartedly committed to running down this dragon.
And humans running down, like they're kind of like running down where you're like not making any progress. You're just dying.
We're trying to zerg down the dragon.
Okay, so that was your action.
Alright. You said a 19 misses, right?
It's enough of us. You'll have to take a nap.
Does a 19 hit?
Yes.
Does an 18 hit? No. Okay. So he takes a combination of 20, 30, 40, 52 points of fire and slashing damage that he cannot be resistant to, as basically Malrith and my summon basically shred into him. You are returned. Good.
I have to stop them.
She starts flying right away from you.
Stop! I spoke too soon.
Okay. Is the end of your turn?
Yes.
Tico's would start running in front of them, yeah. Running that way to try to make them stop.
We'll move Tiku this way.
I did knock you prone, so you would have half movement. Assuming I did knock her prone, of course.
Would you have allowed him to knock you prone?
I mean, I was not.
That's what I was saying.
So
She was
Okay, so
compromised.
yes.
Okay.
So she needs to stand up, and then she has 40 feet?
30 feet.
30.
Oh, wait.
So 15.
Well, flying is 30, yeah, so it's
Oh.
30.
Okay, so it'd be, you should move 3 squares. Just move it 3 squares up, effectively. We're slightly off the map.
Getting away from the healer.
Gotta save our friends.
This is under a mind-altering effect. John.
Can I make an insight
Mr.
check
Beekman.
or passive insight?
She's
Can I
having
figure out if she's under a spell?
episode in her head.
I know.
As she's running towards nothing?
I'm just.
If you didn't spend your action, yeah. That would be an investigation check.
If I needed
Okay,
something.
so that would be the end of Kane's turn. As well as
I'm just gonna yell to Kane. Kane, pick her up and bring her to me.
You think I'm that strong?
Clay Beacon doesn't know that. He sees you as dragon strong.
Well, I don't know how much I weigh anymore. I used to weigh only 150 pounds, but...
8 strength.
Only 150
Even in a dragon form?
as a 3-foot tall
That's a
creature.
3 foot tall gilmore.
That's
so
like
But now I'm
mega
like-
heavy for a 3-foot tall creature.
okay, that'd be really
double the
convenient if they
size.
do have an
Sure.
action you want to use, Tiku. Or does we kind of mix and match? But it's fine.
I'm just gonna action dash and then stick her arms out and be like, Tico says stop! And use draconic cry to like try to make her voice louder
Tree.
and roar at them.
Okay, so in that case, that
We
means
mixed
you
it.
just
Dramatic
dashed
cry.
off the map. So that would put you 45 feet away from the map, technically, right now.
Is it this way? Or
Yes,
this way?
they're coming from this way.
This way.
Yes.
So like here.
In fact, yes.
Okay, yeah. I would be
Okay, so you'd
60 feet. Oh no, 30 feet more. So 45 feet.
yeah, it'd be 45. So you're effectively 45 feet off the map as you run out and you using your draconic cry.
Draconic cry that I keep calling demonic cry.
Go ahead and repeat the intelligence saving throw, as you get to repeat it at the end of each turn.
Being so efficient, guys. It's fine. Ooh, that's a 10.
Failure.
Not only do you see your tribesmen, you start to see the kobolds more close to you. The ones that you ventured out with initially. Sneevu, you see Ubi, effectively that closer knit group, that almost your elite group of kobolds that had set out, that you were taken from by Razu technically, or I guess you could say Squawk. You start to see them come and almost again boil away in this acid, and immediately justifying it, although there's a moment of recognition into justification of you see them continually. It's even repeats of kobolds that you're close with, but you can't make the separation. It's almost as if every time you see them, there's a moment of relief, and then dread as you've seen this, and it is very much almost like you feel yourself caught in a loop that you can't stop, but it is extremely real to you. Okay, so with that, it doesn't have any legendary actions, but you do hear, anyone who speaks Draconic would actually hear this as well, is, see, it's a, you can't save them.
Tiku will save them, Tiku says. Oh, she's still running that way, so.
As you're using your Draconic Kai and effectively jumping up and down, she got me a little bit for sure.
It's spreading.
You just hear almost as present as the cries of your fellow kobolds are now almost like a drawn out snark that just kind of continues to go. Okay, so with that, this will be the end of Tiku. We have, I believe, still Zephyr.
What's a snark?
And Gurgle. Snark?
Does a 23 hit?
Snarky comment.
Does a 23 hit?
23 does it.
Do I need to separate the slashing and the fire damage? 36 damage.
Or do you 6 damage?
As I whip it off his ankle, and then I realize that my whip grew in size with me, because that's how it works, and then I whip his neck instead.
Go ahead.
Are we on sleep turn that I summoned my elemental?
Yes.
Okay, so I already went. Okay.
Oh no, it is. Apologies. You're right.
We are taking a while.
Okay, so that would be Ardal. So Ardal is just going to lay into him. So he's going to make...
And knowing Hiram's luck, he's going to roll 3 nat ones.
18, 16, 13.
That works too.
19. He hit.
Hey, he hit one!
He's got one more. No, that was the die rolls.
Oh.
He did miss the last one though. So he hit 4 times, missed twice.
You mean our ally is actually competent? Nani?
Ardal did great. It was just only when he fought you guys.
How does he be hitting seven times?
He didn't.
He only hit 4
5 times.
He hit 5 times and he missed once. So he hit 4 times.
2 attacks from extra attack, and then
3 with
Fury of blows
yeah.
is 3 hits.
I
From
thought he said 7. I was like, nani?
Granted, I think a high level monk can hit like up to 8 times per turn.
Total 7. Actually, I haven't fully looked at high level monks now.
I'm pretty sure they get the base 3 and then the 1 hit.
No,
and then the
they
extra
get
attack,
4
so they get 5 base.
attacks on their flurry of blows. That's 1 point.
Okay.
I don't think they
He did. He did 60 damage exactly. Let's go. Okay, so that was his action and his bonus action. He does. Oh, he is gonna move because he would also be worried about the breath. So he's just gonna go.
Yeah, technically Malorth is on the backside. It's difficult to put her back there.
We're just gonna do that. Marvelous. Okay, that would bring us.
That's terrible. That puts 4 people in range. That's bad positioning.
Well, for what it's worth, the move that it's doing doesn't apply that way.
I can't see any positioning.
Okay, it's going to use Miasma Cloud. So for this one, in a similar fashion to when it had used its breath and almost shot it out in a cone, this time is it kind of like looks, the first time kind of taking its eye off Tiku, and instead looks towards the ground and just, and what initially you thought to be, again, like a gas cloud, instead almost looks like a bubble that just starts to spread as the bubble almost like continues to grow and continues to grow, you being the first one or the closest one to it, Gurgle, you're the first that has the bubble hit and almost start to wrap your flesh, and this bubble has what to most people would be a searing, almost again acidic like texture to it. To you, it's not terribly bad, as it technically is still poison damage. Okay, so this is another Constitution saving throw, and it's a 30-foot radius from the dragon. So
Basically, a
this is just like my skin. My skin.
What type of damage is it?
poison.
Oh, good. I'm immune.
How
Or
many
if
You're not within 30 feet.
You are not within
by
30 feet.
elementals.
Oh.
That is true. Okay. And then this one is
Rip.
that's the D6, no D8.
First time I used it. Good time to use it against a poison creature.
This is just like my skin.
47 point no. Be 47 points. DC 22.
22. Con save?
Con save.
You guys have hot tubs that have more poisonous than this.
Why are you so rude to me? 21.
Now what its pattern is?
Humans probably have hot tubs that are more
He does
poisonous than
not.
this.
You said 22, right?
22.
I had to roll a 19 to pass
Always
that. God
closed because
damn.
of this.
Okay.
You said 44? Down to 22? Poison damage?
I thought it was 42.
I don't remember.
I have it up right now. I can count it again. Yeah, it's 42. If it's 44, it was a mistake. It's 42 for sure. Okay, and then everyone hit that failed. What'd you get, Gurgle?
I got 18.
You got a what?
18.
18. Okay, so I believe you're resistant to poison. So I'm
I'm immune to poison.
would mean you're immune to the effect as well. So you actually don't even really need to roll. Okay, each of those hit by it, except Gurgle, who is immune to it, take a -6 penalty to their AC.
It's a good thing she passed.
The AC reduction, by the way, lasts for a minute.
Okay.
Could you spend like an action or something to get rid of the acid? Is that something you can do? Or is it just flat reduction until the minute passes?
It does not say you can.
Shake
Think of a
yourself
good
off.
way to
You don't have it. I would say if you were to remove the clothing, because again, think of this like water, to where it's like seeping in. So like even this bubble, as it hits, it's rather than popping, it just seems to expand to the 30 feet, and only pops when it hits the 30 feet.
The only question is
And-
Malorith doesn't have clothing.
I would make an argument that you can wash it off.
I would say yeah. I'd say you could wash it off.
So you're saying I could use prestidigitation on it?
Hey,
Ooh.
Yeah,
Tree?
tradition. Yeah.
Tree. You
take an
can't make
action.
an argument because arguing doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. It's your guys' turn again.
Joke until the day you die.
What's that?
It's your guys' turn.
That was it? That's all it did?
Gurgle.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
You can make someone hit a different target than they were aiming for, right?
Yes.
Could you make me not hit that elemental then?
Not hit his elemental?
Yes.
Wow.
Hang on a second. I'm another thinker. Yes, he said that's like a what? Don't hit my elemental. Did my elemental fly?
When to hit the element, it hasn't been targeting the elemental anyway. It's been
I
targeting you.
assume Razu has a plan.
Alright, I'm gonna
I'm honestly kind of
take my
curious.
turn so he doesn't do whatever he's doing to my elemental. I'm going to fly my elemental up so he can still hit the dragon, but out of range of Razu.
As he overhears Razu, no!
And then my elemental's going to swing.
Okay.
My turn has been yoinked.
Well, you were figuring it out still.
What are you even gonna do?
16 misses.
Oh, I'm fine.
22 hits.
Is
right?
AC
22
19?
hits.
Okay.
Its
so-
AC is 19. And 18 has missed.
No. Send me up next to Gurgle.
21 hits, right?
Yes.
So 27 lightning damage from my elemental. How far is Tico from me?
Like 100 feet, if not more.
Very far.
Maybe closer to 120.
Probably closer to
What did you want to try to dispel magic?
The dragon.
The dragon.
Because apparently it's concentrating on
Okay,
something.
so we want to try to break concentration on using dispel magic.
Technically speaking, I don't know at this point Tiku's under the effect of a spell.
Okay. You want to still do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also,
We want to combo dispel magic on the dragon. That's
I'm
the plan.
45
So I'm
feet
holding
away
my action
off
for
of
his action.
Done?
Just, I assume he's still concentrating, right?
Yes.
Do you have any reason you want to save your rune?
I don't know.
Not
Know
really.
that or not.
Just don't want somebody to get
We know he's
hit really hard.
concentrating. I assume we know he's what he's.
Well,
casting.
you guys know he's concentrating. I was just trying to think, like, what would that look like? Carry on. You guys can finish. What were you saying to us?
I'm just going to say,
Yeah, something like that, right? We know where the magic's coming from.
Yeah.
We just don't.
Don't let me hit you.
because I am currently next to you, and I'm going to attack. I'm going to cleave Gurgle. How I'm planning for this interaction to work. Cleave. Once per turn, if you hit a creature with a melee attack using a great axe, you make another melee attack within it against a second creature within 5 feet, and then he can cloud rune that attack to hit the dragon again.
Do you have +5 to your spellcasting?
Has Razu seen your cloud rune?
Yeah, I've seen him use it.
I don't think Razu has.
He's used it on Razu, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I have used it. I've had it for a while.
Oh, you do? Well, that.
Yeah, +5.
Okay.
Reckless attack. First one's 26. Crit. And then the third one, this is going to be on Gurgle. Also a crit. This is a natural 20. Definitely don't let me hit you. That's 2 crits. I'm assuming you're cloud runing. Sure. Okay.
Cloud runing? I don't understand this thing.
So I'm using the cleave effect, which allows you to hit another creature within 5 feet of your first creature. So I'm using to hit Gurgle, and Gurgle's using his cloud rune to
redirect
move
the
my
hit.
cleave attack at the dragon. Because normally
it's
cleave
been
can only be used if you have 2
Yeah.
enemies or 2 creatures you want to hit, and he's using the cloud rune, so I can hit him twice. Effectively getting an extra attack. And it's an interaction I just figured out when he said, could he make you hit an ally? It made me think about it. I'm like, that's a cool interaction.
Yeah, but then you lose the ability to use it for something that hits an ally.
Which is fair, which is also why I said, does he have an attachment to it?
You know the caveats to that attack, right?
I cannot add my ability modifier to the third hit.
Right, he's adding a whole bunch of numbers. Unless it's pertinent, we move on.
Are you using a reaction to cloud rune it? What limit are you going for?
I don't think it would work on the cloud rune.
Yeah, I don't
He can chop- he can
I would
chop
say you do
something off for
damage,
the
but,
one, but he
if he
doesn't-
cloud runes it, I wouldn't say you get to choose it because he would be the one redirecting it.
Because you know I'm aiming for a limb, could you redirect it at a limb?
No.
No,
It's-
It's also not. He's not
it's a magical
redirecting.
thing.
Yeah, he's not redirecting. It's not like your scythe goes into the cloud rune
It
and
turns
stabs
it
him.
into a slash that's equivalent.
It's like it
into a rune
absorbs
slash.
the impact and sends that as a
I
magic.
like to think of it more like a mirror. Like you're hitting the cloud, and it like
Still,
goes
you
through the
can't really
cloud,
redirect
and
it.
it like slashes
it.
the
You can't aim
dragon.
it, yeah.
But I wouldn't say that it's like trying to hit a cloud. You wouldn't have like any aim at
The
it.
30 damage.
37 first
that
attack.
Translates.
Yeah.
No special effects do.
Special
Okay.
effects doesn't make sense that I would translate.
Because, like, let's say if he had an ability that would give him something based on doing damage to me. That one would
Yeah.
translate, right?
I also say I think like
Do you want to go next?
shoot stuff wouldn't translate either.
Yeah.
You're really
Weapon.
far away from everyone.
I know. I
Weapon
want to
stuff wouldn't
move
transfer either. 'cause it's
my full movement to where I can get at least.
Do you want to go towards Zephyr or do you want to go towards the fight?
50 on the second attack.
Zephyr? Fight. Zephyr?
I think
Fight.
I'm gonna go towards Zephyr.
I'm also going to use my bonus action for a fourth
I'm
attack.
pretty good right now.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
I want to go towards the fight.
Yeah, Zephyr used a big cure wounds on himself.
30.
Yeah, I was scared for my life.
And is anybody within 30 feet of me?
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. No.
Alright, I'm going to use my bonus action to target myself with my aura of vitality.
And then 44 on the third attack.
Give myself 8 hit points. And then I'm going to attack the dragon with my crossbow.
Your crossbow. Okay. I do believe you were moving though, so
Yeah, so
you
just
would
one attack.
yes.
Or about
16 to hit.
50 feet from the dragon.
16 does not hit.
I miss. Blaming.
Hey, Wigman. It would be less that you miss as much as when you shoot this one, it hits the side of its scales, and rather than like clinging off like you typically see with armor, it like hits, and that same like almost like bubble-like liquid or sustenance that it has that's coating all of you, it hits that and just kind of melts.
Literally just disintegrates. Holy.
Alright. 37, 50, 44, and then 25.
Could we move my guy up 30 feet? I forgot to mention that.
It's been 2 rounds, so I'm going to move 60.
No, I can only use my bonus action to do it, so it's just...
It is bloodied.
Hey! But I don't think that's good for us.
As Razu actually, you know what I'm going to do, especially because you rolled a 20. This thematically
Also
works.
crit twice.
Thematically works really, really well. As Razu slashes into, or as he slashes into it, two separate times, and then the third time swinging into you, Gurgle, you're able to redirect it. You're not quite aiming it, catch it right in the mouth, and just carve down the side of its neck, and that's kind of carrying into your fourth hit as it just and carves down the side of its mouth.
Oh no.
It just became a Draco Lich.
Whoa.
As... Oh no. Our doll gets yoinked.
You realize it was an undead dragon the whole time.
Hey, you're right. It was fake.
I told you it was fake.
I'm gonna put this over here.
I freaking knew it.
Is that
This
what he's
isn't-
been concentrating on?
This isn't even its final form.
Okay. And as you rip down its neck, rather than the almost like the blood and gore that you'd expect from it ripping open, instead the flesh almost just like kind of peels back, revealing almost skeletal-like features to its face. And again, it's still got that acidic, what at this point now seems to be more like bile than actual poison.
Does it have blood still, though?
No, it does not.
Did it have blood before?
No, when you were hitting it before, what you thought to be blood was that same almost like green algae. It's algae. Sorry, it's like a thing. Almost think of it like I don't know if you've ever felt this, but like the skin of a jellyfish. That's what this liquid is, and that seems to almost like burst out of the places where you cut, almost like a pus.
And I would know it's not blood because my weapon isn't sucking it up.
Correct. Okay, so with that is the end of Razu's turn. I believe you had rolled for what you wanted to do. Do you want?
There's already 37 damage. I told you already.
Oh no, you already did that. You went before him. Apologies. Okay.
Is it still concentrating?
No, it is not concentrating anymore. So. Wait, no. No, it is still concentrating. Apologies. I was thinking of something else. That is different effect. There we go. What did you get on your intelligence saving throw, by the way?
Like 10?
13.
13? Okay. I just didn't remember what you said you got.
Oh, if it's the same round,
Are you
it's
rolling
10.
it again?
I thought I just rolled it again, yeah, because I haven't gotten this round, I thought.
Okay. So, with that, what do you want to do, Kane? It is still concentrating. So, are you doing the Dispel Magic?
Still do it.
Okay. So, that means you both would get to roll. Just roll twice.
Cocked, which is sad because that was a 14. That is a 16.
16 would be enough. Tigu, that almost like that bubbling field seems to almost immediately turn to almost more of like a grassland. A familiar and almost peaceful place. All the kobolds seem almost that same white mist that when you looked back, they almost seem to into that white mist, leaving you in this almost pseudo arena as you kind of like look about the mountain itself that extends in both directions, but the white mist seems to be everywhere except for around this area as the Psychomancer's prison breaks. The crying would also go away at this point.
Tico does not like this creature. Tico says, and she turns around, starts flying back. Can I see, or can I try to empower my wings with Soliri's soul residue? See if I can fly at full speed.
Soul residue?
I absorbed Soliri's soul, and it gave me flight speed, but now I have wings.
Yes.
The 60-foot fly speed.
Salary.
Salary.
I thought it was salary.
It's not what she was saying.
Soliri is what it said.
That's what I was like. Who even is that?
Salary.
So what that would be is, so before you used I believe it was your action. Was it your action to activate your wings before?
Yes.
Or bonus action?
Action.
So you can still activate your wings, and if you activate your wings, rather than giving you a fly speed of 30, it would increase it to 60 for the duration of it.
Okay.
So you didn't lose the effect.
Oh, it was a bonus action, actually. But I was actioning for my intelligence saving throw, or was that not an action?
No. He technically broke that in his turn before you went.
Yep.
Okay. Then I will bonus action activate that ability and fly 60 feet back.
So they'll bring you back, and you'd be 15 feet onto the map. Because she was 45 feet off, so she'd be right here, right on the edge of the dirt. Right on the edge of the dirt.
And then I will action dash flying above his wing over here. Yeah.
As you fly up over him and you get above his torso, that cut, almost like when a balloon is cut, you watch it in slow-mo to where it like kind of peels back, but this is just real time. You can see the flesh is just almost like peeling and, be better said, melting off, spreading from where Razu had cut. You see it up on the top of it as the skin kind of bleeds away, and you can start to see its rib cages. You can still see the bones of what is dozens of kobolds in its gullet, almost kind of mixed between organs hanging in this skeletal rib cage, somehow tightly bound together, not falling, but almost like bulging out over the ribs themselves. It's definitely ghastly, and even with Tiku's understanding of, like, from how much you've cooked things and you're a little bit of a familiarity with how organs would be, the fact that the skeletons are almost like in between the organs doesn't line up with a normal creature. It's almost as if rather than being brought into a stomach, it's almost as if its organs have functioned like some kind of a grinder, grinding the bones and the bodies into a dust, or in this case, as you can see, even going down a little bit further, those bones into that green algae, which as soon as it almost grinds it towards the base of its belly, it almost seems to grow, and there's a green, almost bulbous. It almost looks like a growth, like a extremely overgrown zit. It seems green and ready to burst.
We call those a cyst.
There you go. Okay, so that would be the end of Tiku's turn, though.
Malorith is just going to make 2 attacks, missing the third, doing 32 points of slashing damage, and then she's going to enter
that is important.
The cave.
So he is blocking the cave.
But he's a huge creature?
He is a huge creature. So
it's large, so I was just saying,
yeah,
2 size classes smaller, you could just move through. But yeah.
But if she's large, then that's not too.
Is my music stop?
Yes.
Rip my music. I wonder if Fantasy Plus is working again. I'll have to try that at break.
It goes through so fast, just 2 songs.
I realized he was full on blocking it. So I tried to move him, but oh well.
There we go. Okay.
Adol, try and get inside.
Easy enough. I could do that. Okay, so she made attacks, and then your other one?
Died.
I see. Okay.
That's a lot of AoE, okay?
True. Okay, it has not used a legendary action at all this time around. It is going to use one of its legendary actions.
No, you can continue forgetting.
In fact, in this case, it's going to use 2 of them.
I said you can continue forgetting.
I probably should have done this at the end of Razu's turn, but it is what it is. What I'm going to say is, as soon as the flesh fully peels and melts away, revealing what is now a very clearly undead form to a dragon long since dead, the cries that you heard, Tiku, almost the skeletons that are crushed between its organs start to move and kind of like look up. Some of them still having partial flesh on them. They all look up and they almost start to chatter and call for each of you in this almost like deft whisper that is haunting and chilling to your ear. It is using Terrifying Presence. Everyone within 300 feet. So everyone.
That misses me.
Needs to make a Wisdom saving throw. DC 19. You're actually immune to this right now, Tiku.
Is it a spell?
No.
I assume just because she's.
How does this even work?
It's literally called Terrifying Presence.
I know. I was like, is it against magic or spells?
I am immune to being frightened.
Then you would be immune to this.
I will say.
Wait. No, you still need to roll because it does damage too.
Oh, okay.
So what sweet hell
What
is
type of
befallen us?
You need to make a Wisdom saving throw as.
He's letting out his terrifying presence.
Holy shows I passed it.
You got it.
19. I
and
definitely passed.
Cool. And then you said you passed. What you got?
23.
It's pass.
25.
Pass. So you still can take damage though.
Okay.
I apologize. I realize you're immune to the frightened condition from this, but you are not immune to the psychic damage.
What is it?
It is a DC 19 Wisdom saving throw.
12.
Those are
12.
Oh, so both of you failed. You are now frightened of the creature, Razu.
Gives me disadvantage.
13 points. Yes. And that's 13 points of psychic damage, would be half to 7 for the 4 of you. Or half to 6, apologies.
Okay.
6. What happened? Have you gone yet?
Yes. We did dispel the magic. It freed Tiku.
Oh,
Yes.
okay.
You broke Psychomancer's prison.
When I hear those whispering words, I'll say, "You will need to make an appointment with my secretary, Clay Bateman."
Just so you know, Nate, it is disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks while you can see it.
Creature?
Or just
while you can see it.
Everything. You have disadvantage while you can see it.
Okay, that was his legendary action. Who? Is everyone gone?
You said 6 damage?
Ardal needs to go. It'd be half to 6, yes. I think Ardal's the one who needs to go next.
Yeah, you were legendary action.
I mean, also, I would also say, like, you can just...
Okay, Ardal is going to strike it.
What kind of damage?
Psychic.
She's immune, actually.
There you go. There's Ardal. 4, 3, 7, which 7 is not a hit. That will only bring it to...
I knew this was going to happen, Hiram.
Listen,
She roared, though, no?
he's got 2
He has
more.
advantage, huh?
She used her bonus action to gain a flight speed, action dash.
Didn't you roar?
It's 2 5s.
No.
He missed 5 times. He
I
rolled
rolled
above
past
7.
Round.
So, what was that I was saying, Hiram?
Listen, he did really good the first time. So what I'm going to say for this is Ardal does still hit, but as he's punching, it is instead of him actually finding contact on what would be effective hits,
He's
instead
hitting bone.
the skin that's almost like melting is falling and almost acting as like almost like a pillow as he's hitting, and it's like as it's kind of like almost like gushes and splats on his fist. And he goes, "I don't like this at all."
And he's going to go inside, I assume?
Yes.
I mean, couldn't
Yes.
Wouldn't we just look inside?
Okay.
Can we see inside? Is it magical darkness or anything?
It is not magical darkness. It is, but the cave goes back a bit. As soon as he runs into the cave, this dragon takes its eyes off of you, Tiku, and looks down towards Ardal, and Ardal immediately almost kind of like freezes upon walking in. He turns back up, and then at this point,
Rip.
he's
Guess it's a good thing he is the one that's
wisdom saving throw. Little did you know, I was excited when you said you were trying to move past, but I was like, can you move past? And that's a failure as well. As he moves past, he kind of like freezes and stops. Kind of, for a moment, just doesn't move as you're kind of like wondering what happened. And as he turns around, his eyes are gone, and so is his nose, as part of his face seems to be missing.
Oof.
Monk now. It has monk abilities.
Okay, so it's your guys' turn. No, it's Dragon's turn now, isn't it?
was
My apologies. You guys just went.
No.
He passed. He was
It's Dragon's
sleeping.
turn for sure.
Nah, dude. When Ardal passed his turn, like he's scared or something. Right? Yeah.
The dragon is filled with so much euphoria, stealing Ardal's features, he just skipped.
Ardal was too beautiful for him.
Okay. Roll me a D10.
4.
Say no bueno. Say no bueno.
I feel like 4 is not a bad thing to roll.
4 is dead average, so it's neither good nor bad.
5 and 6 are average.
10.
I know, that's just... Let's see, average. Hey, it's Kobold Friends! They're helping us, right?
Helping. Yes, helping.
Tiku is
On top. Or I'm in the air, technically. I'm not actually on
Malrith
top.
isn't there, she's technically on top behind. I just can't put her mini back there.
I'm by its wing.
She's also flying.
He can fly as well, I'm assuming?
Okay.
Because I'm not on top of him right now.
Yep. So,
Swing.
as that almost this liquid in the water that is kind of pseudo coating you guys a little bit, as you guys have moved through the lake, and the breath attack that it did, or that bubble that it did as well. You watch as from those arms, like, it almost seemed to grow out from it as what is technically not full kobold bodies, but instead portions of them. For one of the kobolds, it's almost just like half of his torso with one arm that has now grown
Zombie
out
kobold.
with a full head. You can still see the rib cage, as this is very much so undead versions of the different kobolds that have now grown out of you guys. So they are actually physically attached to them, and I believe they actually.
Wait, out of the human, like the people?
Yeah, they're almost like, think of them like an additional limb that has now grown off of you. So like for you,
Us?
yes,
Ew.
the liquid that coats you, it's almost as if they've grown out of it, and it makes it seem
coated in liquid. If it matters.
there's not one on you
Ew.
actually. There's 2 on Gurgle, there's 1 on Malrith, and there's 1 on Tiku.
Malrith's not coated by the liquid. She hasn't been in the river at all.
It technically doesn't need you to be coated in the liquid.
Okay.
It's flavor the way that I'm doing it.
Fair enough.
So we're going to say for that. And no, because it's also the river. Because you could, she still had to move through it, and they can still.
She still
They
would
can
have to
still grow
walk
from that.
on it.
So with that, that is. What? Is it a safety?
Or resolve.
There's not a safety. It's to hit. Those are both misses on Gurgle, I assume. 16 misses you, right, Gurgle?
Yes.
There's also a miss on Tiku. That's a crit on Malrith.
Wow, I see where your favorites lie.
Listen, this is why
What's happened?
we don't use the cloud room.
Zombies appeared from the water and are attacking us.
Oh.
You're out of that green stuff now.
Oh, that's
41. It's 41 points of necrotic damage to Malrith. As you guys again now have these almost half-formed undead kobolds attached and growing off of you. For you, Tiku, the one that is growing off of you, even though it's half grown, is almost like reaching out and trying to hug you. And as its finger comes close to your skin, although it does not miss, you can feel it almost causing your skin to. It almost feels like your skin's pulling back. As it is
vacuuming.
Necroticizing?
Like killing your skin.
Yeah, it is eating away at your skin at a rapid pace. Degrading would probably be another word to work. Okay, now it's for sure your guys' turn.
Necrophasing.
I'm going to use a bonus action to target myself, to heal myself for another 2d6. 4. And I'm going to take another pop shot at the dragon.
Okay.
I know what word we want to use. Putrefy.
And I'm not moving, so I'm going to take 2 shots.
Okay.
So, 23 and a 15.
15 misses.
15, 23 hits.
For 10 piercing and 6 electric.
I have your luck higher. I haven't rolled a 5 or a 6 this entire combat.
I'm going to use my action to use the blood.
And it is magic.
Phase Monkey to write my weapon.
Okay. Effectively. So, adding to what is the horrific sight that this dragon is, you guys watch as Razu, looking at his scythe, kind of like takes his hand and actually cutting his hand alongside of it, and he cuts his blade, and his blade almost becomes like a mirror, as what is normally a very gruesome, bloody, blood-coated scythe. The edge of the scythe becomes almost like a one-way, or would almost be like a one-way mirror, and you can see dozens of different faces that are now planted onto your blade. As you pull them out, as you bloodwrite the weapon, I should say, all of them seem to be crying or yelling out. Almost all of them are stuck in just open mouth, eyes wide, faces like the skin kind of sulken. It's like it looks like faces that have been stolen, but then are slowly being aged.
With the fact that I'm using the weapon, do I know what this does?
It is a psychic bloodwrite.
Allowing more damage or saving throws?
It's just psychic damage.
How much?
So it's just your bloodwrite.
So a bloodwrite on top of my bloodwrite?
No, it is your bloodwrite.
It's just psychic.
It just changes it to psychic
damage. Okay.
Which is better.
I'm going to bonus action drink potion.
Okay. Wait, bloodwriting. No, you're cutting it. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to move?
Yes. I will move to the back of him, towards the under. Are we trying to go into the cave? Not into the cave.
Do not go into the cave.
Not into the cave, just towards the elemental, because there's like nobody on that side.
Maybe don't go in the cave. Maybe just
eyes and nose.
peek in the cave from outside.
The baboon.
Oh no.
Oh, great.
We saw that baboon in there. The baboon's making wisdom saves, and everybody that tries to go in, it's holding its action, one could say.
Okay. So that's the end of your turn. It actually... Who's the lowest?
HP wise?
Yep.
76.
Sing has
just no.
It's got something called Sense Life.
Malorith has 82 health.
76.
40.
It's like, does anybody under 76? So 40, but
Surely
you're kind of far away.
Than Clay Beekman.
Is anyone under 40?
Is anyone under 40? Razu is also 40.
Hold up. I just drank a potion. This is false advertisement.
He did say he drank a potion. Let's see, the 4th character killed in a row.
Bateman, you can live this time.
Wait.
Nate is 40, and he's closer.
Focus on
Dahl is at 36, but he's in the cave.
It's okay. I'll just be Augustus.
Okay, so this is a spell.
Okay. I mean, what level is it?
7th.
Yeah, we're gonna try counter spell.
It's just a Constitution saving throw.
It's just good luck. I'm trying.
Real low, real low.
What counter spell's gonna be dope?
This does have magical resistance, and that would have been a fail.
Oh? So why didn't it roll it last time?
It did. I just rolled 2 at the same time. 19?
That fails.
Save.
Isn't your DC 20?
Yeah, 20 is save.
Nice!
Oh, Sam.
You
live this game!
Oh, that was a legendary action.
Not today, finger of death.
That was finger of death.
I know what it is.
Okay, so
Hey, you have a turn right now? Get yourself up.
I've been trying.
He's literally been healing himself for like 5 health every turn.
We're just watching this like freaking Grim Reaper effectively come for him. I'm like, no!
The Avatar of Death just...
I'm freaking shooting like a lightning bolt through it.
So the way that I'm going to interpret that one actually is, so the kobolds have been, like those skeletons are growing out. It quite literally was like a kobold that almost seemed to like grow out of that algae on your back. You didn't actually see it immediately as it grew out from behind you, as Zephyr just and just lightning bolt like straight through it and just almost like shattering it. As Clay Beekman, you just watch as like bone just and just shatters
I got a fun
above you.
thing I want to picture, and I feel like this is what Finger of Death would look like in this case. Would it look like the Gravekeeper? No?
Not with this thing.
Wouldn't have anything to do with that.
Not with this thing, no.
Because I was wondering if that...
That's Power Word Kill you're thinking of.
Oh, maybe. Maybe Power Word Kill does it. I'm trying to figure out how you use entropy in the spell.
That was 3 legend.
Kill, it's Power Word Entropy.
That was 3 of its legendary actions. Wazoo is gone.
I need to ruin Weave Power of Entropy.
I believe Kane went. Or sorry, did you healed?
Okay. Okay.
I allowed myself to still be the lowest.
Okay. How many legendary actions have been used?
3 this round.
He used 3?
Huh? Was that just for the last thing?
Yeah.
That was for finger
Okay, so you
death.
can't use it again. Okay.
No, he's got 4, right? Or
It has 4 total, but it cannot Finger of Death
4 total.
Finger
It
next round.
cost him 3.
Okay.
You can do it next round, not this round.
Oh Lord.
Isn't Finger of Death a save? Or is it just under?
It is a save, but he comes
Yeah, but is it a save or is it just under 100 HP you're dead?
It's not a save. It's an attack, and if the person he was targeted is under 100 health, they just die.
That's Power Kill.
Oh, that's Power
Finger
Kill?
of Death does X damage. If you drop to 0, you
dead.
die.
Ah.
And you get resurrected as a zombie.
There's a save for it, but he counterspelled it, so it didn't matter. Okay, so I need to know what Tiku, Zephyr, Gurgle, and Kane are doing. Does a
Interesting.
18 hit.
and 18 does not hit.
AC is
I do
19.
nothing.
I will hit the thing on me first.
Okay.
This creature that's on me.
How many creatures are currently spawned?
2 on Gurgle, 1 on Malreth, 1 on Tiku.
What were you attacking?
Are they
So it's
all
a 13
within,
hit this
Probably
thing?
the dragon.
They're all
Or 14 hit this
within-
thing? 13.
They're all within 40 feet.
Sorry, what?
So 13 hit the thing on me.
The 13 does hit the thing on you.
And they're right next to the dragon.
Well, I guess once Tiku's done. I should have done before Tiku.
Yeah, so she doesn't waste her turn.
So there's 2 things on
You
here?
can go first. I'm just hitting a thing on me.
Uh-huh.
That's the point.
2 little demon kobolds.
It's a D8, now a D10. 5 plus 10. 15 damage.
15 damage, shatters. As you just like, almost like just cleave behind you and just take off that portion of the spine. Unfortunately, no legs to slice, but easily enough to sever the spine. That said, it does not fully disconnect. It breaks and dies, and the top of it breaks and falls off, and the spine almost just and hangs off of you like almost like a partially severed limb.
Oh, that's lovely. And then Tico's gonna go down and try to extend the crack, if you will.
Okay.
$23 is a hit. Right?
Is Tico meeting with the dragon now? Or?
She's on top of
She's
it.
flying above it.
Flying above it.
I was trying to find her meeting with the palm tree was right there.
That's fair.
Woo. Nice. $43.
43. Fellas.
Way over there.
That's Zephyr.
Is that Zephyr?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. It is going to use. Or do you want to move, Tiku?
No.
Okay. It is going to use. What was that?
He has disadvantage on his next attack.
Who?
And
Do the sap.
do the sap, yeah.
Okay. Well, this would count as an attack. Its legendary action is going to be on you.
Yeah.
Zephyr?
So I have
Zephyr.
advantage
Okay.
on my next attack with my hand axe.
It is using Sickening Ray as
Okay.
legendary action.
Well, I can't counterspell it, so.
I believe this is a to hit. This is.
Oh, yeah.
You
it's gonna
can't
hit.
shield either.
That's cocked.
I mean, what's its plus to hit? Because it might just hit me.
Oh yeah, you do have -6 to your AC.
Yep.
It can fail on that one. It
That's
can
true,
always
that's
fail on
true.
that one.
38.
Yeah, that misses.
I wish I had my AC back.
Dude, if you had that shield, like, easy dodge.
If you didn't have
And that
-6,
is
easiest dodge of your life.
31 points of poison damage.
Wait, did he attack him? Okay.
It's a spell
kobold?
attack.
A kobold's attacking him?
No, that was a legendary action.
A dragon?
Dragon.
I'm going to sentinel that.
Nice.
Woo.
I saved the Constitution
can only
saving
sentinel
throw.
if they attack within 5 feet.
Concentration.
If a creature within 5 feet of you attacks someone that isn't you.
What?
Pretty sure they have to be within 5 feet as well.
I'm pretty sure it's when a creature within 5 feet of you attacks anyone that isn't you.
I think the idea is you're. Yeah, I think they have to be within 5 feet of you.
Let's check,
well.
shall we?
What is
It's
it?
usually what you're supposed to do.
Sentinel.
When
That's how
immediately after a creature within 5 feet of you
Disengage action.
takes the disengage action or hits a target other than you with an attack. Okay, so it can't just be anyone.
Okay.
You can make an opportunity attack against that creature.
Do it. Opportunity attack.
Effectively aggro.
I was thinking of a different ability. I didn't realize you were using that one.
24 to hit.
24 hits.
$27 damage.
27 damage. It's looking pretty hard.
Alright. I cast 6th level fireball, doing thunder or lightning damage, and
Dodging allies and hitting
dodging
enemies.
allies and hitting enemies, even the things attached to people.
What level is it?
6th level.
6th level, upcasting to 7th level using the arm.
It's your turn. You started it.
I didn't start it. This guy started it.
Counter spell.
Con save.
Its spell DC is 19.
Nope.
Are you within 5 feet of...
Technically,
Or 30
you would have
feet.
moved 3
Counterspell the
squares to get
counterspell,
5 feet,
somebody!
10 feet of play.
Somebody do it!
3 feet of class?
I mean, I technically didn't.
Yeah, but you also can't see the map.
Yeah.
He's literally right next to you.
30
Oh, is
feet
he?
of him.
Oh, yeah. Oh, for sure. I'd move closer to him doing.
Well, even still, though, that's 11.
I know. It's up to you. Okay, here. Odds
5
or
to
evens?
7. I mean,
Is
it's
that fair?
only...
Odds or evens?
my counter argument is he can't see the map.
Because I could just move back to where I was after doing the cast.
Call it.
Right?
Pick one.
Okay, I'll
You
do
get it.
odds. It's odds. 3.
He's a winner.
All right.
Okay. I think that's fair.
Doesn't make a difference though.
What? It's
Plus
so
5 plus 2 is 7 plus 11 is
18.
18.
Doesn't make a difference.
So what is on it?
That still doesn't.
Right. So what is on it? Regardless. Okay. Now.
You've used 10 feet of movement.
Yeah, and I'll just move like.
Yeah.
You should stay 30 feet and run by
I
him.
guarantee you.
I guess I should stay. Should I stay next to him? I guess it does my save still. I'll stay next to him.
30
It's
feet.
silly
I
not
would say
to.
30 feet.
You're the only.
Well, I should say within his aura.
Sure,
To be
That's-
honest.
That's within 10 feet.
On a martial
I think
class,
10 feet.
just the ability, if they don't hit you, to get an opportunity attack as a reaction,
That's why I had to move. All right.
that's worth a feat.
Second
For
thing.
sure.
Oh wait, no, that was my. Sorry, that was me getting attacked with the legendary action, huh? All right, now I get to go. Right?
I guess you did. That was just your action, so you still have your bonus
Well,
action.
no, he attacked me.
No.
That was
counter
your
spell.
Oh no! Oh, that's counter spell. Sorry. I'm thinking sickening ray. Sickening ray. Yeah. Sorry. All right, that's right. I cast fireball. Now my elemental attacks.
Critical? Is that a 19? Wait, you don't crit on 19s. What am I talking about?
Elementals do not crit on
what?
19s.
So dirty 20, and then a lot,
Yep.
and then 1 misses.
They hit.
2 hits.
2 hits. That's pretty consistently what I've been doing. Oh. Well, I lost that dice.
So you said these creatures are attached, right?
Yes.
Okay. So.
Does it hinder movement at all?
Nope.
Okay.
Also, was there a cobalt within range of me?
Malrith is going to fly
33 lightning damage from the elemental.
You do 33 damage with 2 hits, ma'am.
Mm-hmm.
You're kind of a beast. That kind of kind of a beast.
Elemental.
Malrith is going to fly directly above Gurgle, so that way her little tag along is directly above these two.
Bonus action with my guy 30 feet. The other guy, the Manifest Mind.
Is it not a bonus action to cause the elemental? Does he just have his own turn?
It's his own initiative.
Yep.
He's his own guy.
That's usually the case with summons.
What? What?
And then, I think you would notice out of everyone, Zephyr, you would see that Kane almost seems to be weaving a spell that he's never weaved before, very similar to your magic, actually, as he will be casting Call Lightning. And, the first lightning bolt is going to strike the ground, hitting through him into these two, as it is a 5-foot radius. I don't know if I could do that without hitting Gurgle. If I do have to hit Gurgle, I think it is worth it to kill those two.
I was trying to.
I think Gurgle.
How many times does call lightning strike?
It's just once, but it's a 5-foot radius. And it is concentration. I can do it once per round.
So are you moving and then shooting?
Malrith would move here. It's a ranged spell. It's called lightning. It's the one that summons a giant storm,
Or
basically.
he's casting it.
Alright, we're good. We're good.
Casting a lightning spell to hit the 3 kobolds.
Okay, it's a dex save, right?
Yes.
They auto fail
Sweet.
because they can't move.
They take 3d.
Good thing he was able to do it, because I can't. And he can't counterspell, because I used his reaction.
Correct.
That's some nice damage. As they all 3 of them take 23 points of lightning damage.
All 3 of them would just shatter.
And you said they're still attached, even as corpses.
It's effectively just that, like, in the case of that one, that would effectively just shatter them.
Okay.
So it's like, it's almost like bits and pieces of it are still attached.
You
And
have
as it
15
shatters,
pounds added to your encumbrance score.
as they shatter as well, and the bone fragments spread out, they seem to stick to that algae-like gel.
And you would also notice that the storm cloud, basically with that lightning strike, almost seems to appear as dark clouds start to cover the sky. And then Malith is going to make 3 attacks. And she still does not have her breath.
Yes.
Yes.
Sky in a
Storm gods.
the sky in our cove.
Another crit fail, a 20 to
Wow,
23. Those 2 hits,
It's an illusion, Tiku. I'll keep on telling you guys.
which is a total of 12.
It's folk.
19, which is 31 points of slashing damage.
Is there like a story reason?
Again, continues to tear into the creature.
What?
Is there a story reason you think it's fake?
Because we walked in. Because we were in a cave, and then we
We're in a cave of illusions.
And And there's white mist everywhere that makes our perceptions all messed up. I mean, it seems pretty obvious that it's an illusion.
It's an anchor point in time.
And then, yeah, that's the end of it.
That brings us to its turn. It is going to use Cloud Kill.
I really hate Cloud Kill because it's a 2-hit combo.
It's when it's casted, and if you end your turn in it.
I think I just gotta let it go
That
through.
is everyone.
It's when you cast it
Clay.
and you start your turn in it.
It's everyone except Clay and. Also, just so you guys know, our doll started his turn and failed his wisdom saving throw. So all of his facial features would now be gone, and you guys would now get to see what happens to someone. As you guys can see our doll just past the dragon, just faceless, seems to almost be mindlessly kind of like walking to the point that like he hits a wall and then kind of like hits it, and almost like an NPC, slowly hitting it and turning. He seems to have lost all sense of cognitive ability other than move forward, and he only slightly adjusts every time something goes wrong.
Does he have sweepers on his feet?
Okay, and then for a Cloud Kill, this is a con save as well. It is a con save.
This is a spell.
This is a DC 19. This is a spell.
Con save?
Oh, yes, that's a pass.
Oh, God.
That's one of your good ones, too.
Okay, DC 19.
Yes.
11 on her. I'm out, right?
Yeah, you're nowhere near.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah. You are out.
Like,
so is
why have I been pointed at?
Two of you.
Yeah, this has a 20-foot radius.
I'm going to reactive resistance.
Are you going to poison TQ?
She can use a reaction to become resistant.
Oh yeah, it's
I'll reactive resistance it, but
That is actually a question.
My elemental's fine.
So I have the spell Absorb Elements, which allows me to become resistant to an element for a turn. And you said that I can't cast it through her, but could I cast Absorb Elements for her?
No.
So she just has no magic? Okay.
Unless, so correct me if
on
I'm
her?
wrong.
Do you mean on her?
You can't use it on other people, right? It's for you.
It's just self, but technically you also said that she can't cast touch spells, but yeah.
Yes, but like that one is a buff for you. It's not something you can give to somebody else.
Yeah, but I mean,
30.
Draconic Transpiration.
It's 34 points of poison damage.
Half to 17?
Half to 17 for those that succeeded. Yes.
Okay, and then it's when you start your turn, exact same thing?
Actually, no, they nerfed it.
Yes.
It's end of your turn.
Oh,
This is the new cloud spell. Now it's when you end your turn in the cloud. Which contextually for everyone, it's right here. 20-foot radius, center, right here.
Is it concentration still?
It is concentration.
Okay.
Actually, for the sake of this, I'll just put this.
Wait, it's a 20-foot con?
No, that's not going to work. It's a 20-foot radius.
So it's 40 foot.
It's technically a little bit bigger than this, I believe. No, that's 20 feet.
Yeah, that's 20
Yeah,
feet.
that's right.
Wait, wouldn't that only encompass
It's a-
4 squares?
It's an orb.
That's 8 squares, my guy.
Radius, radius,
4 by 4,
then
right?
No.
No. Radius.
Radius.
8 by 8.
it's 8 by 8.
Oh, so it's 20
One might
this way
say
and 20
it's
that way.
this big.
That's what radius means.
It's literally
That's
this.
what radius means.
Yeah,
This
it's
is a
fair.
20-foot radius. Okay.
A lot of the time when
That is the end of its turn.
20 feet across.
It is all of you.
That's diameter.
It's your guys' turn.
I mean,
I'll do it. We smack it. Oh, you can go.
okay. I was just having my guy smack it first, real quick. Pretty sure it's a. Well, it's a 16 and a 21.
16
21
misses.
hits. So 2 hits.
She just doesn't get a breath attack like ever.
That's 9.
I rolled a 3 after roll a 5.
So 31.
31 damage. Nice.
And so 31 lightning damage. And then.
And this is like round 6.
He's looking rough for what it's worth.
And then. I don't think I have really a big action I need to use right now, so we're just going to use Firebolt and Cantrip. The lightning damage, I probably missed. It's a 15, so that's a miss.
16 is a miss.
Does it upgrade your cantrips to level 1?
Tika's gonna fly down. If you want to do damage, you can do damage, but
I'm just gonna
It would do
attack.
less damage.
And if I crit, I bonus it.
Well, so we have to actually finish turns as we go because it's going to use a legendary action after
If you
his
have
turn.
anything you want to do, go for it.
No, he's
my
got
guy
legendary
can-
action after his.
Like, I'm trying to move to the melees with the dude. No, my guy can stay. The Manifest Mind, move another 30 feet, my bonus action. Okay.
Okay. So it is going to use its legendary action, and as it actually does have a very high intelligence, it's going to use it on you.
Was it me or was it me?
I assume it was you.
Zephyr.
Okay.
It's trying to get rid of your elemental.
Yeah, it's going to use Ray of Sickness again.
Do I want to let that happen? I'm running out of spells.
But I don't like Ray of Sickness. Don't tell me if it hits yet. Don't tell me it. I'm debating.
I don't want just do it. How long does
I
kill last?
But if it hit.
Concentration.
It's fine.
Well,
If it
I think
hits,
it's like a
I'm
minute.
assuming it's gonna hit.
29 to hit.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay. And then 22 points of necrotic damage.
DC of 11 con save.
Oh, that's probably not.
Oh, sorry.
Fine.
Poison damage.
You do have advantage.
Are you immune to the poison condition?
But I failed. No, I'm not.
You are also poisoned.
I lost concentration.
Elemental down!
Yeah, elemental's gone.
Did the elemental still hit it?
On his turn, yeah?
Yeah.
Did it roll for concentration on Klauko?
The elemental doesn't have
it
to.
just died also.
No, the
No, I'm saying
dragon for
The dragon for getting hit.
Oh, true.
It would have been lower than 10 each hit, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't fail unless he gets a 1. And he did not.
Even if.
He's
So
only got
isn't when
plus
you
8.
do a concentration check, isn't it half the damage?
Half the damage.
Or
down,
10,
then
whichever
down,
one is
or
higher.
10, whatever one's higher.
So if you take 22 points of damage is when the DC becomes 11.
Okay. So Razu's going next
and
then.
one hit has to be in a single
Wait.
hit.
I have a +5.
You are correct.
Never mind, it's not God. I lied. So 8 + 5. Hang on a second. I'm glad I stayed next to him.
I'm gonna go ahead.
I forgot about that.
I think he's...
Did I get to make
he's
a
gonna-
wisdom save for frighten? When do I get to?
Did you fail on that? It's the end of your turn. So
Is
you
it
would've gotten
so I would have gotten that last turn?
Yes.
And okay.
Never
Roll a
mind.
wisdom saving throw.
50.
My 7th level spell sticks around.
Oh I reckless attack, evening the roll for this turn.
Okay. So just 1.
20 to hit.
Ooh, plus 14. Damn.
Yes. Ooh,
That's
16.
what high strength does.
That's it. That's it. I have 2 attacks.
I mean, that story. I want to use
Damage!
way later. Oh no, this is an immediate thing. This is like a longer term thing. You need to have the spotlight.
That's going to be 38 damage.
Always me.
38 damage.
Then going to bonus action second one.
Tika's gonna fly down.
Okay.
And
Did you get a wisdom saving throw?
what?
I haven't rolled it yet.
I'm going to
18.
That's a success. Frighten would be broken.
reach in and grab the spine, or like where the heart would be, if I can find where that is.
Okay.
In this creature of nightmares.
She's fairly good with dragon
Effectively, what you guys would hear is Tiku just descends down into it and just plunges her hands into the organs. You just hear like a as she just. Actually, it depends on how well you roll.
It ate
Tiku.
Oh, her arm.
Oh.
She's pulling Garazu.
Tiku's gonna say in Draconic to the creature,
Just melts.
"It's time to rest. It's time to come home." And I'm gonna try using my turn to.
Survival check. So this is
To
very
help the
difficult
souls.
as the creature is still up. So the DC on it is 27. Excuse me.
I thought if we got low, it would be better, but
It
The DC used to be 35.
The DC started at 120.
23.
23.
So close.
okay.
Yet so far.
As you're looking for the soul, surprisingly, despite the kobold bodies, you do not sense any of your fellow kobold tribesmen or brethren, but you do sense two separate souls. One seems to be in anguish, almost like it's trapped, and one almost seems like a warden or like a jailer. You get the sense that one is effectively trying to overpower and consume the other. Okay, so that's your action.
I'm going after the warden, if that matters.
Okay. Bonus action.
Just gonna...
You didn't have those sections?
And a second wind, and that's it.
He doesn't help back.
Okay.
Okay. That's the end of Tiku's turn. I believe you knew what you wanted to do.
Okay. Yes, I am going to go ahead and target Zephyr and give him
14.
7 hit points.
7 hit points ever.
I like that.
Wait.
And I am going to then attack the dragon twice and not move.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
For a crit and a 24 to hit.
Yep.
It's been a hot minute.
Both hit.
If I fail an ability check, I can use the second wind to add to it.
An
And I would-
ability check, so your survival check, you could tactical
Yeah,
mind.
I was looking at my other ability, so I would have. I wanted to do
Tactical
that.
mind?
Crit, so that's
Well, so
This is where Hiram says it's already over and done with.
a 23 piercing and 8 lightning. And then the regular hit
Does Hiram let you?
We could say I like
is
sucked in
10
or whatever.
piercing and 4 lightning.
It's been a week.
as she was focusing, he did his thing. She did his thing.
I'm just saying he's not let other people
I forgot
take
about
it back.
Okay. Are
Okay,
you
so
gonna
first off, you said something first.
I was going to say, I didn't want to move my character, but could I not go into the cave, but move 20 feet out so I'm not in Cloud Kill?
You probably would take an opportunity attack.
You could attempt to move.
Well, let Rossi do his thing first. What are you doing?
I will attempt to move out of Cloud Kill.
Okay. You would just be able to.
He's the green. Right there. No, the other one. Oh wait, no, that's the kobold. That's supposed to be dead.
There we go. So you move out. It is going to. It's gonna miss.
It takes me a turn.
It misses?
Okay.
Gosh dang it, if I wasn't out of freaking maneuver dice.
Okay.
She has an ability that lets her add to her ability checks.
It's up to you.
Can she use it?
Second wind.
Tactical mind.
It's using a second wind dice. When I said second wind, I realized I remembered that I had tactical mind.
What would your total be?
I said 23, right?
23 plus whatever D10.
And I rolled a 9, so 32.
Dude, tactical mind is so good.
So here's the only problem. I only told you what I told you because you failed, and that was what you found when you were trying it. So now you're just reaching in and pulling out a soul.
Okay, well I can wait.
50-50, call your shot. Odds or evens.
Oh. I was like, I can wait another turn. It's not a big
Which
deal.
one do you want?
Odds or evens.
Whatever you call is effectively the jailer that you're that you want to pull out.
So okay, so jailer's the one.
So you want odd.
She got odd.
9.
You did.
She rips out the soul.
Okay, so the way that we're gonna interpret this. Actually, do you want to do it some special way?
You want to do it with the soul?
Or do you want to? Because I had an idea, but if you have something, you can do it.
You do the first one. This is my only first
Okay,
time
so
doing this.
as
I don't know what
you
your
guys,
idea
so
is.
the way that I'm going to interpret this, by the way, is effectively you reached in and and found it and started and almost like found the grasp. You weren't able. You were working to almost like pull it out. As I almost called you Collider. We're going like really far back. As Clay Beekman sends 2 arrows
To distract
and especially with it scoring a critical hit, finding like you were almost like struggling to find the heart or the essence of it. As Clay Beekman, hawk's eye shot, finds the perfect angle to send 2 right into the heart, and almost using the arrows as like a baseline, you kind of like grab the almost like slotting the arrows that he had shot in between your fingers. You grab into the heart and almost like popping the organ itself, but pulling the essence of that organ back out with it as you kind of and just pull out what is your arm, again not coated in blood, as this creature does not seem to have blood, instead coated in some kind of almost like a green
goo.
Again, if you know what it feels like, it would be like a jellyfish's skin. For how this would actually feel on your arm as you pull out this almost purple and for the first time tangible for each of you, as Tiku's hand now has almost looks like her hand's on fire with a purple flame as you pull it.
It's a Poe from Zelda.
And you immediately need to make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, natural 20.
Ooh, 22.
DC was 23, sorry.
DC was 18. as you pull it out in that hand, it almost starts to burn.
My 1 natural 20 for the night, guys. Woo!
You'll never get him on attack rolls, but you'll get him on everything else.
As soon as that hits, you almost immediately feel it, like it's starting to burn into your skin, and almost like some kind of an insect that is somehow crawling into your blood. You feel like it's trying to reach into your bloodstream, as you immediately would start to hear almost like a wild cacophony of whispers, desires, wants, murder, greed, just a flood of emotions that somehow has gained physicality and is trying to almost take over, in this case, the limb that you had absorbed it with. That said, you being practicing in this style of magic, this essence of the Packer, you are able to almost like contain it in that fire that almost seems to be burning your arm. You're able to bring it, and it collects into a black-purple orb that spawns into your hand.
Purple orb? Okay.
Fairly small, probably about this big. As you do that, that would actually end combat as well, as soon as you...
Okay, what happens to the dragon?
As soon as you pull that orb out, almost like shattering or puncturing the heart, in a similar fashion to how the skin had bled away and how this acid seems to melt things, the entire dragon seems to and just melt into just a pile of that green algae-like almost, again, liquid or substance.
I'm going to shove the orb into the pot and then try to get the other soul.
As you put the orb in the pot and you reach out, the other soul doesn't seem to be there. As you kind of confused, you kind of start to look around, and again, this is another one that is actually visible for all of you. As you see what appears to be it's almost like similar to the white mist that's on the outside, a silhouette of what appears to be a thin, almost dragonborn-like individual. He's wearing a cloak that seems to almost cover most of his face, not quite his snout, and he seems extremely malnourished in his form. For you, Gurgle and Razu, he immediately looks familiar, especially to you, Gurgle. The form not having the color that you're used to, but especially with the fascination that you've had with him, very clearly you see what appears to be the a visage of Gust.
Gust is dead? We just killed Gust?
Gus was more of a lizard folk.
I thought he said he looked like a Githyanki, actually. But no.
Depends on which time you saw him. As you guys see this almost, again, like ghost-like apparition, in this case, it'd be looking towards you, Tiku, as you'd be the one at the entrance. Thank you. It's been so long. And kind of like almost confused, starts to look around. He goes, Where is my brother?
Do I know you?
So
Do you know me?
He may be still trapped.
Sorry. Something that's going on. I'm moving the manifest mind into the cave.
Okay.
Okay, just I can look through it, all that good stuff. So
I just wonder who all still needs health.
I think a lot of people.
All right.
Everyone?
Who's
Probably not you. You're like immune to all his damage.
Who's at the lowest?
73.
60.
79.
So these two.
So I got 65 plus 15.
I thought you said 23, not gonna lie.
Okay, so we'll divvy up the hit points in a bit. But
We can also just divvy up those on break.
Yeah,
Sure.
we can be up those on break.
for the time being, for you, Tiku, he goes, he was trapped with me, though. Forever angry.
Oh.
Are you an anchor point?
He's here then.
He almost seems slightly confused.
Maybe I should enjoy that.
I don't know an anchor point.
We were tasked with destroying your prison because you're an anchor point of the guardian of this land.
Wait a minute. Did we not see the baboon go into the cave? I'm pretty sure you literally said that.
The baboon literally transformed
The
you.
baboon transformed into the
turned
dragon.
into the dragon.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought the dragon was there, and we saw the baboon in the cave, and then he walked back into the cave. I thought that was what.
No, he morphed into the dragon.
I thought he
He
walked
very
in the
much so
cave.
seemed to morph into the dragon.
Okay.
Is he still the dragon?
I don't know this anchor point, but I know me and my brothers protected something. But I don't think it's here anymore. He turns around and he kind of like looks back into the cave. And he goes, which means we don't need you. You guys almost hear like echoing back into the cave, or echoing back out of the cave, something that seems to be descending deeper in. Just like a is whatever is making this noise is very clearly seems to be leaving.
I assume our dollar's still catatonic.
As whatever this creature leaves, almost like he runs into a wall, our doll kind of whoa.
His face just pops back in.
Not even like pops back in, but it's like you guys saw him and he had no face,
He
hits a
hit the
wall and turns
and
and his face is there. This goes, that was... Where'd the dragon go? I feel like I've been in a dream.
You look like you were in a dream. Probably a nightmare.
To the land of the living.
Is this the land of the living? Our doll starts to walk towards you, and this ghostly like apparition is. It seems I'm called
Tiku also held up the pot and said, "I think your brother's here." I'm pretty sure that happened, and you didn't hear her.
I did not hear that.
I think I have him.
He seems to walk over to you, but doesn't where his feet are, it seems to cut off, like just below, just like halfway down through his shin, to where his legs still move, but it's still almost like an essence floating towards you. So he comes up near it, and he kind of like reaches out, and not quite touching it, but hovering over it, and he says, "You tried for so long."
Tried to do what?
To protect the heart.
What heart?
I don't remember. We must come together to remember.
Come together.
Are you a sprig?
Well,
we are one that is many, the first and the last.
Tiku holds out her hand. Well, I intend to reunite you all and take you out of this place so you can rest. For now, I can have you rest with your brother.
We must find them. And almost as he says it, he's just... And you are able to absorb this essence as well.
Find him? That means all the anchor points are freaking bro.
As you pull in what is very clear to you as you absorb it, a fragmented soul.
Piece of a soul. Does he turn into an orb as well, or is he different? It's just more. He's just like a tattoo that appears on me for.
In this case,
temporarily.
It is effectively. It would be like a. Ow! That freaking hurt. In this case, as you pull it in, it is more of almost like a line. Think of like a wrapping snake that goes down
Beginning
your arm.
of a tattoo.
This is white. And as you kind of like pull that down, something that you would notice, Zephyr, as your mind is starting to go back into the cave seems to just continue as far as it can go, as far as it notices. But you yourself, as you kind of walk up near Tiku, as you were one of the only ones who actually heard about this vividly and will be able to connect it. The purple orb that Tiku has, as you kind of like look down to it, and where she had felt like an evil presence, you look at it and can see a serpentine eye that almost seems frozen or stuck, almost like you have collected an eyeball, similar to what was described to you by those who went into the Keep of the Infinite with you, as specifically it looks similar to the ones that they claim to have seen in the walls that seem to be looking at them.
What was the color of the one that Gurgle saw above her? That one was
Gurgle
yellow, right?
saw a couple
Yellow.
different colors.
I think yellow was the one
That was
was
flashing above her?
Yellow.
That was yellow.
That was yellow. With that, as you notice the Zephyr, and you've collected whatever this fragmented soul is, this one of many, we are going to go to a break, as we have finished combat with this green dragon, or whatever it seems to have been. So, we will be back in a few minutes.
Total.
More like an undead dragon.
True. See you in a bit. be. As I just hit the mic with my chin, and we're back. We're great. Okay, so you guys have just eliminated this green dragon, this Draco Lich.
I was not paying attention to who got inspiration.
Who
was number 3?
It was Tiku.
Tiku was number 3. Inspiration, courtesy.
The favorite. That's who got it.
Easy dubs.
Courtesy of Jasmine.
Number 3, my lord.
So
Wonderful Jasmine.
I appreciate
the
it.
fuck was that?
I'm dealing with a lot of stuff right now.
And don't say a dragon. I saw the dragon.
An anger
I
voice.
told you it was fake.
No, it was not.
That was very much real, girl.
I believe the term would be a Draco Lich.
It looked like.
Speaking of which, are there any remains of that Draco Lich?
No, it turned into gloop.
Tiku's holding something. Draco Lich.
Right, but we're talking like there was no jewel or anything. So, because it's still a lich. It still has a phylactery somewhere.
Maybe.
Is it a lich?
Yeah, Draco Liches are liches. Liches.
Yeah, but what if it's the monkey?
Draco Lich is just a term for undead dragon.
No, it's not.
What happens if it was just an undead dragon?
What if it was neither? What if it was just a faith-stealing monkey that
Also,
Pretty sure that was Draco Lich.
Also, he pulled out the mini for it, but I'm pretty sure that's not actually what it looked like. It just looked like it had been cut a lot.
No, it was literally the skin was sloughing off.
it looked like an undead dragon.
So it effectively looked like
Kane, you're probably the most
an
knowledgeable
illusion
about
that faded.
dragons in this regard. Was that a Draco Lich or just undead?
Can I even somehow determine that with an Arcana check or something of the like? I assume it's just an undead dragon.
His manifest mind's in the cave. Does he see anything worth mentioning?
He said it's just a long cape. That's why.
Would it just be I don't want to say history or nature.
Make
but
an Arcana check for the sake. No. Yeah. Make an Arcana check.
Can I
With
guidance this or not?
advantage
No.
because it's a dragon related. For him?
Yeah, I would say yes.
That's why I'm asking him, not just making it myself.
Natural 20 for a 36.
All the 20s today.
Oh, I happen to
On the
actually
check,
this
guys.
very specific thing. I wrote my thesis paper on this.
The thing I have learned is that there are infinite kinds of dragons, but for this particular one,
For this particular one, it's odd because the first instance of a dragon actually was what you would know as a green dragon.
very basic.
That said, the way that the dragon progressed, one might say it's like it somehow was rapidly aged through time. As you guys were killing it, it somehow was not only were you effectively actually like eliminating it, killing it, taking through its or charging through its HP, but it's like it was stuck in that moment and it couldn't die. And so due to being stuck in that time, rather than dying when it hit a certain point, it instead went into very much so an undead state. You with the 36, you are confident that would not be a Draco Lich. That was a dragon that somehow got tethered and just couldn't die, and then Tiku was able to help it move on.
Would you say, when I was under the Bane effect of not being able to die, it's something like that? I just keep like bleeding, but it's unnatural.
This
like
one
my
was-
body.
No,
wouldn't have
this
that much
is
blood.
This is almost like it's like immortality, but this would be like a curse of immortality. Of you're in it'd be like so the whole idea of it was dying and melting away to the point that, again, with the check that you had, that is something that would not have been like painless. That dragon was effectively constantly dying and melting and just dealing with it, but it couldn't die. It was frozen in that moment.
Okay.
The best way I can describe it is that was a green dragon in its base form, but it almost seemed to have been removed from the time stream, incapable of death, forced.
Permanently anchored to it.
Permanently anchored to it is another term. It was practically forced to live and die and live and die and live and die.
Or be in a constant
So is anybody
state of
else
death.
is anybody else gonna point out the fact that Gus just popped up randomly?
Who?
Who's our Hermel?
I mean,
He saved our life.
I mean,
I don't know who this person is either. He
I
has a
don't really
brother.
know him that well either.
He said he was the first sprig and the last, correct?
If the primordials ever went away, though, I'm pretty sure Gurgle would worship him as a god. Right?
The soul was a
I
god?
don't know about a god.
I mean, okay, you're just really buddy-buddy with him then.
Infatuated.
I just thought he would be helpful, and he's a wild card. That's what we needed in a fight against a god.
Well, Tiku seems to
I
have
mean-
dealt with him.
Apparently, all 7 of them are dragonish, so pretty good having a fight against the god, I would say.
He's fragmented. I only have a part of him.
A dragon would be your best bet to fight a god.
Dragons
Your
are pretty
assumption
strong.
was right. He didn't show up, though.
He looked like
Yeah, because he was here, apparently.
How do we leave?
the dragon looked like Thodron.
Who?
The green dragon, the son of my isle.
Oh, you mean the one that was protecting you guys and then left you for dead?
The name would strike a chord with you, by the way. It'd be familiar. Not in the sense that you would know who it is, but in the sense it was a dragon that Orlevel said went missing randomly.
Thodron?
Zelkath was our protector. He was sometimes protector. Lots of times fickle. Eats lots of kobolds.
Do dragons like eating kobolds?
Tico thinks so.
I mean, they do it, and it's only food to them.
But humans eat way more or kill way more kobolds than the dragons did still. Humans kill thousands every day. They are
In-
there.
In our defense, we also kill a lot of ourselves too.
That's not a good defense.
I'm just saying, it's not a racial thing.
Said in
Humans didn't
defense,
attack
not
when
that
dragons were
was
there.
Our defense.
That was okay. Just saying, humans tend to kill a lot of a lot of things.
So they're not racist. They're just psychopaths.
Coming from you.
Yeah, that's what, yeah. Aren't you known as like the man of slaughter?
Knight of the Black Moon.
No. There's somebody else.
Wasn't me?
Tico's
How is it out of all of us, other than Clay? How is Gurgle the most upright person here?
Because my grandpa was a cool guy.
He seems to be the one with the least amount of aggression.
And my dad was a paladin.
Do you
But
think
I
it's
feel like that would just push you down a more messed up. Because you run an underground city. Well, kind of
It's unnecessary evil.
I personally believe aggression to be a good thing, as long as it is utilized.
I'm just saying. I'm just looking at our group.
Listen, we may have had our disagreements with Raval, but he ran a tight ship.
No, true. That's why I love to hate the guy, and me and him are cool. Also, for the most part, other than the fact he tried to kill us. That part of him.
I didn't kill anybody that didn't deserve it when I was running that.
Actually, I really think that part of him was probably pride.
Zephyr? Do you think
Was
it's
it?
safe to sit here, King?
No, I don't know how to get out right now.
The cave.
Is the magic stable here?
This is an anchor point. Granted, the magic has been stable ever since we left. I don't know why.
I mean, if he was guarding the cave, it kind of seems like the cave, no?
No, I'm looking in the cave right now.
He was guarding
So-
the cave.
The cave again, it continues
Yeah.
to go. So
Oh, no,
your manifest
my guy's
mind
just
is-
walking in. I don't go outside of 300 feet because it would disappear then.
as your manifest mind would go deeper into the cave, looking at the stonework, it is fairly evident
It's turning
that
back into crystal.
it is turning back into the same.
I said him because he's effectively immortal.
That's fair. So again, like so it'd be about like 200 feet in. About 200 feet in is when you'd start to see like the scorpion with human arm, legs, and effectively you'd start to see the creatures.
That's the way through. It goes back to the cave.
Wait, so are we already out?
No.
We'd
Kind
have
of.
to go through the
Did the mist
tunnel.
dissipate or is it still there?
I think as we go through the tunnel, we'll start to travel through space and time back to where we came from. We should probably actually go sooner than later because I have a feeling we're going to have a time skip.
I'm looking for eyes again.
7 check.
29.
Is the magic fluctuating?
You want to break for food a little quick?
Why does everyone like get just like 30 checks plus?
I would.
We're not
love
even at
to
high
get
level yet.
some food.
Because it's 2024 now, duh.
Wait, who gets 30 plus
It
checks?
is because of the
He got a 36. He got a 29.
also the extra 5 on checks now from the.
I mean, I feel like when I'm
From
rolling for
expertise.
athletics, getting a 30 check isn't that hard, actually, yeah.
Well, you only get it if you have expertise and
Proficiency.
proficiency with the tool.
Yeah.
I'm only doing that.
Just with Arcana. My Arcana plus is a 16.
Okay, so
Listen,
be that as it may.
Mine's an 11.
That high? That's wild.
I don't deal very much
I have
damage
nothing
in
that- oh, I
combat,
know
but I
cooking.
do have a decent amount of neutral game power.
But nothing else is that high.
Okay, so as you start to look around, Gurgle, and you immediately start to look around, track for eyes. You don't see any like in the cave walls or anything like that. But as you continue to look around, you do find your eyes drawn as Tiku kind of as has the orb and she's not completely storing it, as she was showing it just a little bit ago. For one, you despite not actually remembering it yourself, as you see the eye that is in that stone, not only do you actually feel like a sense of familiarity, not from what Zephyr told you, but like you feel like you've almost seen it. But in addition to that, as soon as you look at it with a 29 in perception, you can faintly hear something. You kind of like, is it in between people talking? You kind of like move a little bit closer to Tiku, and there's like an ever so faint, almost roar that seems to be coming from the gem.
Tiku kind of wants to try cooking the gem into lunch.
I don't think that's a good idea.
You are able to do that.
Now I've
What
had
is-
gold
anyways.
flakes in food before in cuisine. I've never had gemstones.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Down.
Yeah. I'll set your souls free. Let me just eat
time out.
you real quick.
Hear me out.
Tiku
We just
puts it in her
killed
pot.
an anchor being.
Drinks your pot back down.
We just killed an anchor being. We found a gem. And that gem is crying out. I think it's trapped. I think if we eat it,
It's crying out. Eat me.
no, I think it's crying out because it wants out, and I think if we eat it or break it, because that's effectively what we're doing, whatever the thing that he saw in his vision that ate us, or turned us into dust, I think we're gonna release it.
That's not how this works. You don't know how this works, do you? Have you ever seen them pack her?
1 minute
Yeah.
cast of identify. Sorry.
What do you mean?
This is his soul.
The dragon soul?
Try to determine anything I can from it.
What'd you say? It sounded like a warden. The warden of the anchor. The person that was keeping the soul trapped.
What do you mean the person that was keeping the soul trapped?
There were 2 souls. Gast's soul and the warden's soul.
He mentioned the brother.
Right. But the thing is, whatever's inside that wants out.
Of course it does. It's trapped.
What does it want, Tiku?
It wanted to take over my arm.
So it wants control.
Yep.
Because the thing that we found in the teleporter, from what you said, where we teleported, the eyeballs
Really quick.
that are all over the room, they're still here.
Whenever we got in
He
contact
wants out,
with
and I think that's keeping him trapped.
the anchor, did the magic stabilize?
I don't think he wants out.
The magic in this area, yes.
Never tried to escape from me.
Is it whenever we're next to
What do you
an
mean he never
anchor?
tried to escape from you?
You have no idea. You just encountered it for the first one.
Yeah, but then it ran away into the
You
wall.
Stop talking over what people are talking.
Fine. What are you confused about?
I'm not confused. I'm saying the point being is the anchor letting you out could be because the anchors are where the stabilized energy is, and that's how you get out.
Oh, you're saying it's a stabilization like area.
If the stabilization is
Around the
wherever
eye.
the anchor is, so currently wherever that soul is, we could now leave with this spell. Is the concept. Because the magic, he literally said it, once we got into combat with it, it's stabilized.
Does it feel like, really quick, one of you guys, does it feel like that it's more stable in a certain radius around us? We can do a quick
Arcana check?
We can do a quick experiment to figure that out. But
You guys can make an Arcana check.
while you guys are doing that,
Sure.
does this
Probably
look
better for me
like
to
or
roll,
feel
but-
like any kind of like key? Did anybody notice in any of your visions or anything? Have we seen any pictures or anything while we've been exploring
He said we have
that
to.
shows like a door with multiple circle key-like things or anything like that?
He said we can't face the time
Until we
creature
take all out all
until
the
we
yeah.
until we stop the anchors. Or he said he didn't really give us a lot of direction on like what that looks like though. Like
Until we eliminate every anchor.
Are we killing the anchors? Are we destroying the anchors?
Yes.
And if we are destroying the anchors, does that make us allowed to fight him?
It
Or
keeps
does that
him
free him?
from it keeps him from like being able to time hop or like exist in multiple
But does it also
moments of
free
time
him?
and stuff at the same time.
I don't think that matters. What's he gonna do once he's free after we take away his
gonna
biggest
say-
sense of like
Power and strength.
He's
I mean, what
effectively
if that's
a time
been
rider.
his goal the whole time?
I believe he could have in the ultimate reality
Nah.
I talked about.
Nah.
I would have, like, I was constantly in battle with one of its personalities. It never tried to leave me, it just tried to torment me until I finally passed.
Because it's been trapped here forever. That's crazy.
Why wouldn't it just leave?
It likes to play.
Because it's been trapped here.
But it wasn't trapped. For
In the vision, it got free through Zephyr, but it did not try to flee from him.
I don't think it was free.
He
It was
was
just
outside.
inhabiting your mind, right?
A creature of that power. You really think Zephyr could hold it back? No offense.
I mean,
Really?
I didn't. I eventually died.
But again, like, it didn't get free. It was just inhabiting your mind, right?
I mean, I'm not really sure on the magic there. Wasn't really a priority.
So,
To answer, yeah, I was like,
so a couple things. First off, with the Arcana check, what'd you guys get?
20-something?
24.
24.
Unless you want to be a roll.
The fluctuation, and so this is something, as soon as you guys came into this room, you didn't really think about it, as you guys weren't really looking for it, doesn't seem to exist in this room. It does seem very, very effectively stable, almost like a frozen point.
in the
In the
island
yeah.
area. Okay.
Yes, effectively in that. Yes,
The tropical
the
area.
portion of the island. Although this is like a very small portion of the
Yeah,
island,
small
it doesn't seem
part.
like you. It definitely does not seem like you could progress about your entire island, as it was quite large. So, it does seem very stable. With identify, so this stone is called the Eye of Time, and functionally, it's like the Eye of Vecna. You can use this as an artifact that you can attune to. There's a soul inside. It will give you the ability to cast. I don't think it tells you which ones. It would give you the ability to cast certain spells, effectively give you access to the power of the creature inside. However, it would also be letting the creature that is within the gem inside. Again, it functions very similar to the Eye of Vecna, except for it doesn't. It's an attuned. It's simply like an artifact. One other thing as well, similar to the Eye of Vecna, if it were to be collected with the other 7 pieces of time, it is effectively a piece of a greater whole, or a greater being. Would be better said.
That's terrifying.
Yes, we don't want to do
How many pieces
that.
do we gotta
It's-
catch them all?
It's a phylactery.
Well, you're saying this thing's this thing's got the 7 pieces of the Horcrux?
I don't know what Horcrux is, but it seems to be in some sense a phylactery.
It will summon.
It means it's a sprig, and once they're all dead,
Why shouldn't this person be named?
I think this is what I'm supposed
I
to.
ask why. Just
So,
Weird.
what is our plan? I'm under the impression we should leave.
So the
Right.
eye is on the thing? Like,
I
where
have
did
it.
I see the
Tiku's
eye?
pot.
It
have it.
is the stone.
It is the
She
stone.
has a purple, almost like a gemstone. Again, it's literally about like a larger eye, but just big. It's
Really
like a purple
quick.
gemstone that Tiku now has.
You mean I could have anime eyes?
Do I feel as I'm a little closer to the divine right now? Although I know I can't talk to the pecker. Does this
Does it have emotion?
feel like this is what part of my trial, like that this is what I was supposed to be eating when I came here?
Nom nom cookie.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to eat the soul. I'm just trying to.
Truthfully, you only need a small part to cure your dragon sickness. So this could be the cure.
I thought it had to be a white dragon.
When you
A
eat
platinum dragon.
when you eat a soul, what
Is this-
happens to the soul?
Color would you say platinum is?
Whatever you are holding, whatever soul you're holding in your hand, you're confident it's not draconic.
It's not draconic.
Which means the guardian? I guess these are the anchors beyond the.
is it
beyond the guardian
celestial?
itself.
Maybe? Can you tell if it's
Well, and
celestial?
we
Maybe
also
fiend,
did never
maybe.
confirm that it was a dragon. We just
He
assumed
needs
that it
to
was
eat a
something.
divine dragon.
I know,
No, I
but we
didn't
didn't
eat a
confirm
divine
that the creature that we found in the darkness was a
We do
dragon.
not know if the guardian is the divine dragon.
We do feel fairly confident the divine dragon is somewhere in here, though. Maybe it's one of the anchor points, actually.
It's possible.
I'm gonna pull out the little.
But this is just a
You
fear
know,
that popped into my head.
add all
it
the
could
seed.
also
That's
just
different.
be when all the sprigs come together and make a greater whole.
Or could be anything. So not much for.
No use
Theorizing.
in theorizing.
I think this entity.
So hold that thought for just a moment. As you pull out your larger stone that is effectively full of souls, you immediately, upon bringing it close to it, get the feeling that the souls inside the gem that the Packer gave you are like screaming.
Oh, sorry.
Screaming in pain? Joy?
Like fear?
This
Yeah.
thing is a warden of souls. Somehow. It like can capture other souls. Whatever this thing is.
So
It's our plan to
Also-
stick around.
we did find out that thing had a bunch of souls in it, right? Am I remembering wrong?
My orb, yes.
No, the creature.
Yeah, it had 3.
Didn't somebody have some kind of sense that had that sense that there was a bunch of souls inside this creature?
Are you talking about the dragon?
There was only one.
No. The creature,
baboon.
the entity.
Oh, yeah, the
baboon. Not
it
the
had
not the baboon.
kobolds like in it.
Not the baboon.
What else?
When we went into the cave and we all died to time from the creature.
The
collaboration.
I think it was specifically the blue eye, but it was
But somebody used something that made them feel like there was like a bunch of souls inside of it.
It was like, so it wasn't it wasn't souls. It was. It was like multiple different personalities. It was either one creature with multiple personalities, or it was like multiple creatures almost like arguing with each other. There wasn't anybody that had looked for like souls, though.
I wish I watched Vecna now. Are we worried that if we bring all these together, we're gonna summon some kind of crazy thing?
I just feel like it's been oddly
Okay, watch
quiet,
that
and it knows we're here, and I've already talked to it even after you told us that you saw it
You
in your
mean it's
vision.
been oddly quiet? We just got ambushed and had to fight a dragon.
It's been a few minutes,
No. It, the creature.
Pennywise?
I think it
baited us to go into here and fight a dragon. That's not quiet.
No, it, the creature.
Yes,
it was
the
very
creature
talkative.
baited us.
Are you talking? You keep saying it, the creature.
He's talking about the guardian.
I think he's referring to the anchor
I'm
points.
pretty sure it baited
I'm
us.
not
here.
referring to the anchor points. I'm talking
He's
about
talking
the
about the
creature that the
guardian.
anchor
Yeah, he's
points
talking about
are
the guardian.
anchoring.
The reason why I
Yes.
believe you're talking about the anchor points is because that looks like the eyes of the anchor points that Zephyr saw in the
Didn't
vision.
it turn into a green eye for a second there?
Don't talk over to people. But no, it's purple.
But that's too small.
Serpentine.
The eye that he's talking about, and also the eye that I saw above Tiku, is way bigger than that.
Yes, because Tiku will just get an
Items,
dragon-sized
artifact
eye.
items, like god items and stuff aren't always the size of the god. But
I understand that. But I'm saying
they actually usually scale.
I'm saying I saw the eye above you. I whacked it.
Didn't you say that was yellow?
And it was watching us because it wants to play games,
Really quick.
which is what it did.
Because it wants us to do something.
Has anybody seen any like pictures of anything of any kind of gate or artifact or pool with little circles around it that this thing might be a key to?
No.
I mean, I've seen pictures of those when I was doing my paladin studies, but they were just pictures.
I mean,
Also, if it is the same being that Roger made a deal with, it's also weird that it hasn't contacted him yet.
That is a guess at best.
I think it's just playing games with us. What an entertainment, and potentially dinner later.
It's probably been several centuries since it had an entertainment of our quality.
Do we feel like this place is safe to take a quick short rest in?
No. I think we should return to Saval if we do. And we need to return to him anyway to collect the others if we do plan on leaving.
I have no idea how this magic works. I would assume this place.
Wait,
will
aren't you the
eventually-
sorcerer? Shouldn't you know how magic works?
I know, and I'm not a sorcerer. I'm a wizard.
Oh, even more. So you book knowledge on this.
Yes, but no one understands this place.
I think the
Individuals
Guardian knows.
far smarter than Zephyr have
I
tried.
think the
and
Guardian knows how it works.
I don't think he really counts as a person.
So is this like a an issue of people just not being able to stay alive long enough to actually study and formulate?
Individuals far stronger than Zephyr have tried and failed.
Okay, stronger, weaker, I don't care. Is it what I said? No
How
one has been
are
able
we
to survive
supposed to
long
know?
enough to find patterns.
That is a question of no
Technically,
answer.
my grandpa did.
Your grandpa did.
But he's dead now.
He is dead, but
Did he die in the caves?
no, he actually died right after it. He, apparently, according to Zaral, he was the only one that he knew of that went in and out of the crystal eye multiple times.
Yeah, he
Yes.
actually didn't die in those caves. He kind of died in a different cave.
Should we?
Actually, he died in his house.
Well, but that's because I
So
prolonged
I
it.
mean, should we try and commune with
Well, I mean, technically, he died in his house as an old
with
man.
Gurgle's grandfather?
You're saying commune with my grandpa?
Yeah.
Can we do that?
I don't know. Do you have a way to do that?
I don't know where to do that.
Requires a body.
Where's his body?
I mean, no. You're talking about speak with dead. I mean, I'm talking about we have to find a powerful enough spellcaster to contact other plane.
Do we have another spellcaster that can do that?
Not 10.
I mean, we could go to another plane.
I have the ability to travel to the in-between.
I mean, we have a rock
I only have the
that we
ability to go
can
to the
still
fire plane.
just go to another
Not get
plane.
back.
But what, my question is, what good is that gonna do? Like, I'm not gonna find him. He's not. It's not just like chilling, like some Buddha guy sitting on a rock. Oh my goodness!
Anyway.
I can't believe you came to see me.
Should we start heading back to
So
I would
this is a
love
dead
that
end.
if we actually went to
No.
the afterlife, we would find
No.
Gerbil's grandfather sitting on a
that's
log
dead.
like a Buddha.
He's even got that bead necklace.
He's got the little cat next to him, the paw that's going up and down.
I'm gonna start heading back to Saval's. I'm gonna be casting Pass Without Trace.
Do you want to head further into the cave then?
I would try my best to do like an Arcana check to see if it's hostile, but as far as I can tell, there's no way to know without just stepping in.
How to sketch somebody out.
And I've
Double
been-
check him. With
And I've been using my guy as a scout.
Yeah. So I cast Pass Without Trace, and we're heading back to Saval's. Looking specifically for the Man in the Stone, as I hope he's still guiding us. As otherwise, I don't think we can get back.
I assume everybody is going at this point then? Continue to move forward? Okay, so your manifest mind currently being about you'd get like close to the edge of your range. You guys were talking for a bit. As you guys start to enter back into the crystal veins, again the paths seem to start to open up and starts to turn into almost a maze-like, almost ant colony of caves.
I forgot one thing I wanted to do. I high-five my elemental. and I use thaumaturgy to make a thunder sound as I high-five it.
Thunderclap.
Okay, moving on.
Also,
He daps his element.
do we look for the stone man in the walls?
Yeah.
He did say you're looking for the Man in the Stone. So as you guys start to
I'm still on the
proceed,
lookout for eyes.
Gurgle is specifically looking for eyes in the walls. The walls have eyes.
I knew they were watching me.
Your manifest mind will be the first to notice as, again, he's about 300 feet away. As he's able to get ahead of you guys, you see that same baboon creature that seems to be wandering the halls. As it kind of like looks back towards you, though, it has a new face again. This is one a little bit this would just be unfamiliar to you, as this appears to be almost a wrinkled older face with a large beard that, due to the face being upside down, this almost what appears to be easiest way to describe it is like dwarven-like beard, almost like it almost acts as like the hair from the girl from The Ring and pulls back over his face, although it's not quite enough to cover the eyes of what appears to be a very old dwarven-like visage as it walks through the halls, kind of like looking about.
How close is it?
So this would be, you're seeing
300
so
feet.
300 feet, and then it would be like another 100 feet away. As it kind of like walks through the hall, you see the dwarven-like face.
I cast
Kinda-
a spell.
It turns.
Through my manifest mind.
Okay. What do you cast?
Wall of force. Around it.
Okay. Let me see wall of force, actually.
It's 120 feet, and I can put it in a sphere.
And stay there.
I'm like, oh, cat.
Okay. Does Wall of Force do a cube even under the ground?
You can. Technically, you create like 10-foot slabs.
I'm putting it in a box. If I have
So
to.
he basically ching, 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 ching.
Yeah. So as it kind of like hits the wall, kind of like bumps, seems confused for a moment before kind of almost looking like a mime as it kind of like starts to put its hands along the wall, and it kind of like it turns towards you, sees your manifest mind, but then its head just continues to turn, and as it does another full loop, the hair at some point seems to vanish, and as it turns and looks at you, it is now an upside down beak, a familiar face, one of your friends, but a little bit, the eyes not quite as bloodshot, a little bit more focused, as you now see what appears to be the upside down visage of Squawk. As
soon as I saw it cast the spell, I'm like, I caught one. Let's go.
Towards the way.
It's about 400 feet that way.
Like
away.
I don't know where. What?
Wait, we're killing this one too?
Or away.
We're running towards it.
What were you saying? Who is it?
Apparently we want to kill this one again?
Squawk. It's Squawk.
It's Squawk.
Well, technically it's Razu, but...
We need to not show fear this time. Show no fear!
I mean, I'm charging at it.
No, I mean, like...
You're the one who said you had no spell slots!
I think the reason that...
Well, I don't. No.
I think the reason that the last one turned into a big dragon is because Tiku got scared. No offense, Tiku.
Okay.
We got 10 minutes.
Scared.
Wait, are we going for this?
Yeah, but remember what Fall said. He said we can't show it weakness. We can't show it emotion. We can't show it like.
I'm not showing any fear.
We can't show it our fear. We can be afraid, but we can't show it our afraid. You know?
So it's literally the face stealer.
Yeah.
Don't smile. Don't frown.
Yeah.
Don't Zephyr is running forward. Ardal would be accompanying him.
I guess I'm going too.
Or do it. Commit.
So as you guys effectively run down, speeding up a bit.
And I'm like giving a play-by-play what I'm seeing as we go.
But also, when we killed the creature, did the blood right of the other creature disappear?
But also, if this monkey also drops a little artifact, I think we should keep them away from each other for the time being.
Wait, does it have a spirit version of Zephyr on it? Because the baboon we killed had a face of Zephyr?
Okay, so it would take about a minute running to go 300 feet before you guys come up and you see what is this, again, baboon creature that's kind of like leaning down a little bit. You didn't notice that this at any point as your manifest mind is kind of like looking at it head on, but as you guys get a little bit closer and you guys start to get a little bit of a better look at it, you also notice that its head has seemingly grown out. It almost seems like a longer, almost like bird-like neck going to this upside down reversed Squawk. Although at this point it's also not quite upside down, it's almost sideways.
As it goes upside down, my manifest mind flips upside down with it. Rotates.
The way that but when it's directly upside down, it almost looks like alien or malfunction. With the way that it's almost like slightly off, now it kind of gives you the impression that someone broke its neck. It looks, at this point, it looks a little bit more like visceral, and the way that it moves is a little bit more jagged. And as you guys enter, it goes, is this new?
All right, guys, we have a pet. Who wants to name it?
Tiku would probably
I
call
don't know
it.
if I want to name it. I want to throw it.
I mean, I guess we can eat it. Tico?
Steve!
Looks not free, trapped, still lost.
It's kind of messed up.
Damn it.
You by chance aren't capable of pulling the soul while it's trapped.
Oh, I doubt that will work.
We need to weaken it first.
We can help. We can free you.
Free us from here? The crystal.
Lost. Abandoned.
I don't think he's listening to me.
No, I think he's peering into your soul. Which, no, that's really private stuff to be looking into.
I think he's acting like your dad.
Am I feeling lost and abandoned at the moment?
No, don't do that.
Why are we treating
He's just asking, like, am I feeling this? Like, no, you're not, and don't even consider it. That's the whole point. That's what these things do.
Why are we treating this like a sentient creature?
No, I'm treating it like a joke, because that's what it is.
Are we supposed to shoot it? We can't shoot it while it's in a wall of force.
So what's the benefit of us being?
Well, I know, but I'm.
Oh, no, I'm just thinking, it was like, were we ready to
That's what I
attack
thought,
it?
You yourself said that you were weakened.
I mean, so, but I have freaking my buddy here.
Clay,
Are we
you mentioned you might have an extra
considering
shield.
that It said it could let
Oh
it
yeah,
out?
sure, here.
Oh, no, it's,
You have
it's,
to
it wants
do
to
it.
let your soul out of your body.
It's a
That's what it wants you
shield.
says. Yeah, it's a
You're,
shield
trapped,
of
you're
arrow
trapped by
catching.
your own emotions, and it's trying to free you from those.
It seems it already had the version of my face.
It has your father's face.
As you are currently looking out, Gurgle, you notice
Shield.
that as this thing has been snapping around and looking, it hasn't been looking at you guys.
Oh, I guess it doesn't require 2 minutes. Never mind.
Has it been looking at
start
the
looking at
eye?
I start looking where it's looking.
Arrow catching shield.
You start to almost try and follow its gaze as its head kind of like snaps, and it's almost always like it's very close. It's like looking in between you, above you. And the only reason you notice again is because how high you rolled with your perception. But as you start to follow its gaze,
I feel
you start to see the man in stone, he seems to appear pointing in a direction and then he's gone. And you only see him briefly. You look again, you see him appear in a different spot, again pointing in the same direction. Each time he seems to be pointing down a hallway. As you see it and it starts to snap, effectively you're seeing snapshots of him. It's almost like pictures of someone seemingly growing more frantic.
I think we need to go.
And every time it sees him, he moves?
They're probably collapsing in on us.
No,
do not.
no. I
Zephyr
think
has a
I
shield
think
too,
I think
so
we need to
maybe
go.
if you
I don't.
are using
I don't think
that,
we should fight this thing. I think you should leave it in the wall for us, and I think we should go.
That's what I just said.
Which way, Gago?
They're probably collapsing in
Let's
on
point it
us.
that way.
Then let's go.
It looks towards you, Gurgle,
All
as you
right.
point
See you
down the
later,
hall.
Steve.
It looks towards you and it goes,
We found you.
"It comes." Almost in response to that, as you guys have now started to move, you hear like echoing from down the hall, like a not quite a dragon, but almost like a mix between some kind of like. It almost gives you the interpretation of like a purr of a cat, somehow bled with a roar or a roar would be accurate. A roar of like a dragon somehow turned into a purr or a almost like a breathing that seems to be echoing. It's just.
I think we need to go. No stealth. Just run. I just start taking off down the hall.
I'm gonna cast Wall of Fire behind us. In the direction of that sound as we...
So the sound is echoing. It's...
But you'd still be able to tell the origin point.
Not necessarily.
No.
Not on a crystal cavern.
As soon as... So like you hear it and you're like... It seems to be coming down that hall. And then it seems to echo from another one. And then it seems to almost echo...
Depending on the layout of the
This whole area, it's hard to know if it's acting as an echo chamber or if whatever these fluctuations is... Or the arcane nature would be back in flux now that you guys have entered back into the crystal veins. It is almost as if the sound is being carried.
If we don't go down, I think we're all done.
I mean,
We are
we're
already going.
What are you talking about?
Okay.
I just want to make sure everyone's followed me.
As you guys start to proceed much quicker, Gurgle being a little bit more gung-ho, you run down, and as you start to run through the hallways, you start to see the man in stone more frequently. He goes from pointing to where you see one image of him almost like gesturing forward, and then as soon as you get close to the wall, he's pointing down another hall. As you, in a more rapid pace than you guys have followed this before, you start to you start to follow the instructions of the man in stone. Are you leaving the manifest mind behind, or are you?
Yeah,
trying to
we'll
bring it
leave
with you?
behind so we can move full speed.
Okay.
Effectively, it'll dissipate.
All right.
I'll just maintain it for the full 300 feet, so I can watch the
Monkey.
the wall force as long as I can.
Okay. So as you guys continue to progress quickly,
When we get to a T, where we're going down this way, I do want to cast what's Wall of Thorns, basically cutting off that T, basically cutting off 2 avenues of approach.
okay.
Basically to increase our chances as much as possible.
Okay. So for you, Zephyr, as you've left your manifest mind behind, and as you guys continue to run, you're keeping up the wall of force. But you kind of have him standing as almost like a sentry. He looking back. The sound gets a little bit louder again. It's like as you see what is a large. That sounds hard to make. You see what looks like a large skull beak. At least the top portion of it that kind of like peeks around a corner with about a 2-foot long neck, as you see what is the mouth of a human and the nostril of a human, but it almost like growing out from where the eyes would be is instead the top portion of like a crow skull, and despite it being a skull and where you normally expect the eye sockets to be hollow is instead 2 almost elongated flat eyes that have 3 separate irises in it, and the 3 irises are like seemingly looking around everywhere as that 2-foot neck kind of goes around the corner. It's met by this almost like bulbous amount of flesh, a human arm that seems to have just fingers kind of jutting off it in every direction, holding a staff that has what appears to be a kind of combination. There's what appears to be a human head that is seemingly looking around and almost whispering. There's what appears to be a bird. What is a lion, a lizard, that all seem to be almost like kind of mixing together and almost whispering and making this almost noise that almost seems to echo from each of them as it kind of like steps around. He's got it seems to almost be a humanoid that has like a 2-foot long neck. Its legs are almost like they're like almost like mini tree trunks, each one being like 2 feet wide, as they have almost like strips of leather that are bound tight around it, almost like causing the flesh to bulge over the leather. Lastly, coming almost what looks like to be a cloak initially, but then you realize is instead what appears to be some kind of it almost looks like wings, or like a single wing that is growing out from the back of the head that goes down, almost resembling a cloak that seems to like drag on the ground behind it. But as you look at the end of the cloak, dragging on the edges of it, it is instead, again, fingers that seem to be almost like reaching around and picking up little stones and then throwing them, tossing them, almost like scanning and looking at the ground. As it turns and looks to the manifest mind, it goes, and the spell ends. You also
That's
feel
definitely one of the
I
anchors.
guess I'm just like giving like a play-by-play as we're going, like, and that's fucked up.
You also feel
this and that, and
you also feel the wall of force concentration end in that same moment.
It was like offering.
oh, not focusing on the spell anymore. It's out.
Okay. With that, though, you are following the man in stone, using.
And just for the heck of it, at the moment, I also cast fog cloud where we're at, and as we keep moving.
Okay. So you cast
Like mostly behind
fog
us, I
cloud
guess.
behind you.
It's a 40-foot radius of it.
Okay.
Using the scroll.
As you cast fog cloud and thorns to block off paths, following this man in stone for what is a fairly heart racing couple minutes. It doesn't take terribly long, about 3 minutes of running rapidly through these tunnels before you see a familiar door at the end of one of these hallways.
I lose concentration?
Yes, your concentration would end a little bit later. With that being the case, finding the door, I assume you're just kind of moving forward to it. As soon as you get to the door and you... so Gurgle being first, as he's the first one who said he was actively going for it, he reaches out and he grabs the door and kind of... the door does not quite seem to open. The man in stone seems to appear in the wall, and this time, as you guys had seen it once before, rather than being more of like a picture, it almost seems to out of the stone, and then he almost like it reaches out and seems to almost like touch the frame of the door. The runes along the outer edges of it light up as it seems to look back down the hall, and then Gurgle is able to open the door and enter inside. And you see Serval and Kaio. However, Kaio looks different.
What about that later? We're going in.
Okay, so as you guys...
No, you gotta stop him. Kaio's been possessed.
As you guys all kind of like rush in, look back, this time, unlike before where you had seen the baboon, the hallway seeming empty. It seems your efforts were successful. You shut the door, slam the door behind you rapidly as Serval kind of like looking up. It seems you're successful. Yes.
I mean, kind of. We almost got another one. We found him. We named him Steve. We'll find him later. There's some freaky finger creature, though. Tried giving me a rock.
I would just... Can I make an Arcana check on the Man of the Stone, as this is the first time we've actually seen him in a very visible state, that I could actually attempt to find out anything about him?
Oh God. It's gonna be for us.
So you wouldn't be able to make... Arcana would be like if you know what magic is allowing him to do that. You would have to actually do some kind of like an investigation or study, which, based on how fast you were going in, you can make an Arcana check to see if you are familiar with whatever magic that might be allowing him to move like that, or what it might be, if it is just a spell.
35.
35? You're confident that there's not a spell that allows for something like that.
Is it a play off of flesh or meld with stone, or whatever it's called?
It is a creature. You are confident that it is actually not magic. It is some kind of creature that moves through stone.
Really fucking fast, apparently, yeah.
Indeed. Okay. With that being the case, is you guys now catching your breath a little bit, as you had a little bit of a run, getting ahead of whatever that finger creature was, as you called it.
I'm pretty sure it tried to finger us. Just saying.
The Googler.
To Google.
I don't like that.
What was that?
I mean, we gotta name it something. We got the monkey named Steve.
Not the name.
Oh.
What the fuck was that?
What part?
The creature.
Which one? They're all messed up.
The hands, eyes, cloak.
Oh.
Creature.
I'll teach you
I
later.
don't know. Probably an assassin.
It wasn't the Guardian himself, was it?
I don't think so.
It had 6 eyes. Which makes sense, being as how we got rid of the 7th.
Recall, were they different colors?
So it had 2 eyes, but
Okay.
each eye had 3 irises.
Yes.
Yeah, and the 3 irises seemed to look around. They were not serpentile. They were like, they looked like human eyes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's more or less just an imagination.
I just looked at Serval.
Did Squawk make that?
What?
The Googler.
It's terrible. I liked Bab way more. Oh my goodness. Okay, Sorrel doesn't laugh. He's just
For how
confused.
terrifying that creature is, that name.
All I'm gonna say is that's how you make things less terrifying.
That's why Jeffer was making jokes about the freaking the baboon, because he's like,
Dude, that
I
baboon
keep
is
it
awful
lighthearted.
terrifying.
No one's gonna fucking
Okay,
freak out.
as a Kenku, I would imitate the noise that I made.
Go ahead.
Imitate the noise.
Do you breathe in and out?
See you do it.
Wait, how do you know what it sounds like? I'm the one that heard it. What? I
It was.
Oh no, we all heard that.
heard the little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you
before.
guys heard it.
A little faster than that, surprisingly, but
It's breathing in, by the way. It's not quite.
You're too high. You gotta
It's
go
all right.
deeper.
It makes multiple different noises. We'll say that's one of the ones that it's making. As each of the heads on the staff is making a different noise. Think of it almost like a maraca staff with heads of different creatures making different noises. With that being the case, as you pointed out, Sir August, I'm not familiar with. He kind of like looks through the books on the table, pulls one out, starts to go through the notes. Of course, Paul is gone. As he starts to quickly read through what is very clearly a journal written by Rocco. I only say that because Gurgle would notice, and he had studied his writing enough. You as well spent a good amount of time studying the rune weaving book that Rocco had written to know that this is the same style of writing.
Is it rune
no, this is like same style of writing, meaning it's a notebook.
Rocco's handwriting, but it's not written in rune weaving.
Yes. As he looks through it, he says, Rocco did write of something like this. It was, from what he described, the most terrifying to him is it changes magic.
The man in the stone seemed to recognize it.
I seem quite frantic about it.
He was trying to get us to move faster. We couldn't see him until the creature pointed him out.
In that book of yours, does it have a name?
He starts to look through it. It does not. He did not feel the need to name.
Well, the Googler it is, essentially. I give you a chance, Hiram.
I actually have a name for it. It's just I should have
You should have taken it. Silver platter and everything.
Is the Googler.
You just look the gift horse in the mouth.
It is what it is. I had a way you guys were supposed to. No, we're fine. We're fine. We're committing. We're fine. Okay. So this is why. I'm fine. I can't get back into the series.
We have to end the session here.
Okay.
That would be
Reset
for the Googler.
Reset. He does not have the name for it because, from what he says, the only way to deal with it is to discover the names it has stolen. The heads on its staff, if you can name them, will be free.
How the what do you guys say? How the fuck do we do that?
By saying a bunch of random names.
George. John.
Well, you have to say do it.
I mean, he could be listening.
Does he have a strategy to do that?
They are
We start with popular names first.
They are ones once lost here in the caves.
Like we have to go and like look for like scratches on the wall, or like we have to go find their souls are obviously in the thing. We got to talk to them.
Do we
How
need
do
the
that?
last names?
Not from what I see.
Hey, this is important things, Tiku. Don't laugh. Yes, most of us mortals have last names.
Tiku doesn't understand why they do that.
Similar to how you found the first anchor, you must seek each of the souls, the names that it has taken before it finds yours.
Wait, so Gust is one of them?
Maybe?
Is it the Guardian?
I mean, we freed one of the souls.
Is it like protecting the other ones? Is it like a... So, this one time where a while ago when... Okay, so Squawk was an asshole and he put us all in this game. That was terrible. We had to fight for our lives, and in that fight we had to go to the center, which had this big pyramid thingy that had a lot of weird timey shit. We deal with a lot of weird timey shit, I just realized. But in that pyramid thingy, there was this like time Nazi that was like, oh, you cannot spend too much time in this one time, and he would come and hunt you down if you stayed too long in one time. So he was like a hound dog or some, what are the dog? Hunter dogs? Wolf things. Have you ever seen those like...
Are you trying to say bloodhound?
Those things with like lots of those, they kind of look like the dogs that humans like, but they have like lots of like tentacle things.
No, that's not a bloodhound, most definitely.
With like...
Refer to Watchers?
Maybe Watchers.
It was referred to as a Watcher, yes.
Is it like that, where we have to go and get the anchor points and find the different souls before the Watcher gets us, and then we have to defeat the Watcher, then we have to go to kill the Guardian?
Yes.
The Chrono Hunter, I believe, is one of the anchors. I'm surprised you've encountered him before.
Oh, great.
We killed him.
No, he ran away, I thought.
We killed the Watcher.
Oh yeah, you were there. Did we kill that guy?
We definitely killed
In
him.
one time we killed that thing. See, this is why Tiku doesn't like all this timey-wimey bullshit. I learned 2 new words.
Well, if you all killed him once, we can definitely kill him again.
Well, we think we killed the Watcher.
So, real quick as a reminder for you, because generally you two would be the only ones that are...
I don't think we did. Yeah.
You absolutely did not.
We did not kill that.
A creature and killed it just in time to avoid
The Cyclops?
the Watcher.
Yeah,
No,
the
I'm
Watcher
pretty sure
came,
the
we had to
Cyclops
run
was the
down.
Watcher.
No,
So the Cyclops was just guarding the room.
The Cyclops was the treasury guard. Okay, so context for
Yeah.
stream. This is literally like first 5 sessions of the campaign.
And the Watcher was the big bad that, like, if it found us, we're dead.
Yes.
But
so
the Cyclops wasn't in the treasure room. He followed us into the treasure room.
Cyclops was the guardian. Of
Yeah,
the temple.
he was sleeping.
He was
He was sleeping. He
no,
was
he was
not the thing that was
100%
hunting
sleeping.
us.
So yes,
He was the thing that was guarding
You
the
guys
room.
never even saw the
That
Watcher.
we
All
walked
you saw,
in and I saw him. Yeah.
all you guys saw was a shadow that started to come down the hallways
collapse our
and
reality.
Tiku was,
Like-
and the reality you were in literally started to collapse. And
Technically, I think we did see that it was humanoid.
you did see a humanoid. But yes, again, real quick context for the stream.
Yeah, we did not kill
They
that
entered a temple, and they started to see visions of a past that they were able to interact with, and they kind of jumped between the past and the present, sending notes back and forth
And
to actually be able to actually try and be able to solve or to get to the treasure room within the temple.
It was supposed to be a murder mystery with time.
They were warned about something that was hunting them through the different times because they were messing with something they weren't supposed to deal with, and they never truly saw it, although they saw shadows or silhouettes of it and were running from it, especially Tiku, who was like, nope, because you wanted to fight it, and Tiku said, good luck, bye. And just left.
Fun fact, within that temple was the first time we met the Packer.
Correct.
No, that's
No,
not true.
No,
It was Ziltor's camp.
It was in Ziltor's camp.
And we
it
went
was on
into
his
Ziltor's tent and we're like, why is this so small?
False.
No, wait,
The first time we met the
no, it was
Packer
in the
was when he was
games, when we
acting
went
as a
to
gnome
Qulon's
on the
camp.
beach.
Yeah, in the games.
And we
in
went to
the
Qulon's and we got
Qulon's
the
camp,
Packer.
yeah.
I got one shot.
No argument. When we met the Packer, it doesn't matter. The idea behind this, the important thing for stream, is they encountered what
The debate club part, right?
they encountered something who, by the way, even back then was called the Watcher. They encountered, or they didn't encounter, they ran from something called the Watcher when they were jumping through time trying to solve a temple puzzle.
When we were just like little adventurers.
With that, bringing it back to where we are now, is again, Servalis said that is one of them. I do not believe it is the same one, though.
The Chrono. What did he call it? The Chrono.
The Chrono Hunter
The
was the
Hunter?
title that, because that one Roko did have a name for in the book.
Oh, so now we no longer call it the Googler.
No, that's different.
No, the Chrono Hunter is different.
The different creature.
Still being called
The Chrono Hunter is what we call the Watcher.
Ah, I see. Okay.
The Chrono Hunter, yeah, that's what we called the Watcher in the pyramid. You weren't here for that, but yeah.
No, Zephyr wasn't, and Trinity wasn't.
Yeah, Trinity was.
So my grandpa left you a notebook.
At the end, you were.
Because I was
yeah.
playing.
Okay, sorry, go. Yeah, you were.
You weren't part of the games, were you?
He played
A Doodar.
a Doodar for a bit at the end there.
I couldn't talk.
Played all the Doodar day. So my grandpa left you a notebook about this place?
Not exactly. Is Kyle, who, again, we're going to say that you guys just weren't paying that much attention to him. He looks much older. He has a large beard that is like almost like kind of like puffed out, very unkept. He has new wrinkles across his forehead. His armor is actually all put into the corner, and he is he's shirtless, or he's not shirtless. His shirt is off and tied around his waist, and he has a plethora of scars throughout his chest, some going up his neck, and the runes that were carved into his forehead. There is new runes that have been added down the side of both of his cheeks, going down onto wrapping his neck, and they sprawl across his back, as he seems to have gotten a lot of additional arcane runes. For what it's worth, these ones are tattooed. The ones on his forehead are carved into his forehead. The rest of them are tattooed.
Okay. First of all, love the tattoos. Second of all, Gurgle, do you have any books from your grandfather with you? Like a journal?
I always have them.
Journal, diary. Can you try to figure out, have you read anything about him being in the Crystal Eye? Anything he left in there? What he was doing in the Crystal Eye or
If
anything?
he had something like that, I would have received it and gotten Gilly, but I doubt I would have got that from the fire plane.
How long were we gone?
I was just wondering if your grandfather left any positions with
I'm
you.
saying that because he would have an answer to that question. I
yeah.
only know of the notebook I have from the fire plane.
Roko was very secretive about his past. Not secretive, but he just didn't talk about it much.
Quiet.
When he did, he would tell you stories. Fun fact, you wrote this. When he did, he would tell you stories of adventure, of magic, and it's how you initially got your interest and your initial like for it. But whatever his life was before retiring in Gongili was something that he did not talk about. And when he did, it was through small stories, or almost like proverbs of events that he would recount to you for things for you to avoid.
Yeah. From my perspective, for a lot of my life, everybody in the village just thought he was a crazy old guy. I thought he just had a bunch of really cool stories. Until I got a little bit older, I didn't even realize that probably most of his stories were true. But, I mean, to me as a little kid, I mean, maybe he told me a story about when he was in the Crystal Eye, but he didn't write anything down for me.
Do you remember any stories? History check.
History check indeed. While you're rolling that,
And you
Kaio is going to
for sure
answer
think
your
that is.
question, Gurgle. He says,
It's a long time.
not exactly. I've ventured out a few times. You guys were gone for quite some time, and I figured I would see if I could.
Less than an hour, but you know.
He looks to Serval.
Okay,
And Serval,
hang on.
Serval
I'm
kind of
gonna try to
shrugs.
determine, based off his facial hair, how long we've been in there.
Medicine check? I would allow medicine or nature.
History?
15.
I think it is nature intellect. Yeah, we'll do nature. That's more Pepper's speed.
Investigation of features?
Because he's more trying to calculate it. Ooh. Plus 5. So that's a 22.
22. That's pretty good. Round about 5 years.
It's like Zephyr's like kind of measuring. Oh yeah. He said 20.
That's pretty impressive
how long
considering
is
the
it?
people's hair
Round about 5 years.
5 years.
grow at different times.
Especially since he could have shaved it.
Yeah.
So about 5 years ago, probably.
Serval actually.
Based off your
elf.
facial hair.
So Kaio kind of nods, and Serval says, "For what it's worth, it's only been about 2 months for me."
Weird.
Wait, what?
That sucks for Kyle.
Haven't you guys been hanging out together?
Kaio kind of like gestures to the scars, and he says, "Just a little bit." It's all right though. To answer your question, I found the notebook. There was a camp, very clearly set up, similar, as he gestures to the runes that surround the door. He says, "Similar make to these." I didn't ask you this. Did Roko help you with these? At which point Serval nods his head again. He says, "There was much more at the camp, but I wasn't able to stay for too long. In fact, if you want to find more of this Googler," it's really hard to say with a straight face, "I would recommend you see if you can't find that camp. I don't think Roko was alone when he was here. I was able to gather that as well as," and he pulls out a locket and opens it up, and in the locket there on one side there seems to be almost like scratched into the back of it, very like masterfully well done. It is a very small, it not exactly a drawing, as it's actually scratched and carved into what is this golden locket, a picture of two individuals and a small child. On the other side, it has 3 names. They're engraved in primordial, for if anyone can read primordial.
This man.
Multiple people can read primordial. All right. Sorry, my OneNote crashed.
I'm more proficient in the lightning
Tiku can't
elemental
read
form of
at all,
primordial,
actually.
but I understand the rest.
Dude, all of my stuff is crashing. Fantasy Plus crashed. World Anvil crashed. OneNote crashed.
Funnily enough, Kyle can read
It's
primordial.
in China DDoS our D&D campaign.
Yeah, Kyle
Do we-
can read primordial.
Sorry.
It's China trying to DDoS our D&D campaign.
Straight up, Alright, it's loading.
It's a critical role. They're too scared that we're gonna become too big.
I remember two of
service.
the names. I just want to make sure I'm getting the. Just remember I'm doing the other one.
We're too much of a threat.
So they said, so
Or an
for the
embarrassment.
Googler,
I was gonna say that's a toss-up. I assume we
give
could
them all that
dream
name.
that we'll become
I hate
a threat.
that we're doing Googler, but it is what it is. Okay, so the 3 names that are carved on it
I tried.
are Uzor, Itrix, and Imorn. With that, as he kind of holds the locket up, he says,
Umorn.
Uzor, which is Uzor, Itrix, which is Itrix, and then Imorn, it's Imorn.
And these are engraved. on-
They're so one side is effectively a family portrait, is kind of what you get the impression of, and then on the other side, the 3 names are engraved in it.
and this was found in his camp.
So Sorry about that. Okay, so Kyle says, I was able to recover this and the book, but there was more. There was a locked chest with some kind of magical enchantment on it. I was unable to break it, and I spent too much time on it. There was another encampment, or again, they used similar runes. There was think of it as a side room, maybe a rest room, a respite from whatever this cave is. I was unable to enter it. I wasn't able to figure out the runes on the side, and I spent too much time trying to open the chest.
Did he tattoo the door runes on himself?
He did. That's what the runes are. We're going to say you asked him that, and he's going to answer and say, I've been studying them for years now, trying to learn what they are, how they work. I'm not exactly organically inclined. I focus more on divine magic myself.
So you're saying the previous question I asked you, you can answer now?
It's been some time. Remind me.
About the rune weaving on the door specifically.
I don't know exactly how the magic works, but I've learned a few things, like he takes his finger and he kind of almost rubs where the tattoo, there we go, where the tattoo is, and he seems to have some kind of a red paste on his hand. He kind of like covers it, and as soon as he does, the runes along the right side of his face immediately start to light up red. This is, I know that as you edit the letters, and he wipes it off, and they again go dormant. He says, you can change how it works. The same spell, simply moved around, can have wildly adverse effects.
It's because it's a story. Remove certain parts of the story, changes the outcome.
Or tell them out of order, which I did not think about until I got cut a few times. As there is some scars that seem to cut through some of the runes that are painted onto his skin or tattooed onto his skin. With all that being the case, I don't know exactly how the magic works. I've been able to determine that you can change the effect by altering them. And I also know that he kind of gestures to one of the ones going down on his neck. And he says, for this one. And he erases effectively the top bridge of one of the runes. And the runes around it seem to light up a brighter orange color for a moment before he wipes off that red dust again. He says, I know that is all I would have had to do to open the door now. I also know that whatever this, and he kind of gestures to the walls, to the different stones, whatever this stone is, has a magical nature to it. If you grind it into, pulls a pouch out from his side and opens it up and shows, this is the dust that he's been wiping on his skin. He says, this, think of it like magical ink that wizards use. This is a different, I don't want to say more potent, it is simply a different version, potentially more potent, but a different way to use or to write organically. But at the same time, I'm not sure I want to continue to venture out there. At least until I figure out. And he kind of like looks at his forearm, and there's runes going down his forearms. And he says, until I figure this out, I don't plan on leaving. Serval has been helping me for past 3 weeks. How long have I been here? Serval kind of like nods. It's been about a month at this point. He says, well, that is what I have for you. If you wish to figure out whatever this Googler is, I recommend trying to find the encampment that I believe Rocco was at. That is what I found. And he gestures to the book on the table. But I found that book. Serval, almost in response to that, shuts the book and holds it up to you, Gurgle. He says, I believe this should belong to you. It is a reaccountment of some things that Rocco has found, as well as some stories.
Did he give us the locket as well?
No. Kyle has the locket.
And it has a picture on it?
It's effectively, think like you had a stone tablet and someone carved a picture into it. Rather than painting, you carve it out of stone, they carved it into the gold of the locket.
What do they look like?
It is very, very well done, to where you can see it is very clearly humanoids. One appears to be much shorter than the other. The female seems to almost be like gnomish, maybe halfling.
Does one look like the dwarf on the monkey?
So there's three individuals. One appears to almost be gnomish. One appears to be like a human. And the third appears to be a dwarf.
You and Neppin.
Wait, these are these the people that were unconscious?
These are the
people inscribed on the locket.
The locket is.
Yeah, are they the people unconscious still in the room, or
you're talking about the individuals that you had brought. They are still in the room.
Oh, okay. I was like, did we like get them sucked into the amulet?
As a quick reminder, Serval had cast, effectively he seemed to use some kind of a magic to lock them. He almost put them into a stasis.
A version of time stop.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a variation of time stop.
Got sucked into the amulet somehow or something.
No. They're all still in the room. This is, I'm simply describing what the people that are carved in that locket look like.
So,
Dr. Gurgle.
Do you think the Googler took these three? We should keep these names in mind. We might have found some names.
So Uzor, did they like match positions with like which one do they match positions of races? Like to like so if you're right on the back of a picture, like you write them.
If they did, I'm not saying they did, but if you're talking directionally from the picture, Itrix would be the human.
Okay.
Uzor would be the dwarf, and Amorn would be the half elf. Or sorry, I said that backwards. Amorn is the dwarf. According to that, and Uzor would be the halfling.
Okay. I'll be reading through this, but to save a little bit of time, did you happen to see anything in the notes about that thing that she's carrying? Tiker, you want to show him the thing?
I believe I did, yes.
What did he say about it?
It was evil. He seemed to have encountered it, but he didn't know how to deal with it. He said it was tortured, but also a torturer. He said it was exceedingly dangerous.
And
could likely enhance magical capabilities.
Where'd he see it? We got it for killing the dragon, right?
I believe he mentioned, he kind of like gestures through the book, and he flips through it and opens to a page and then gives it back to you. This is a page of Rocco reaccounting using rune weaving to create effectively the pocket that you guys had fought that in. He effectively had created it almost like a cage.
So he caged this one. Did he reference caging any other? There's apparently 7 of these things.
He references caging 5. And he flips to the end of the book. And the end of the book is an entry stating only 2 remain.
Yay, Hiram might
I must seal them before it is too late. And then it starts to go into the next sentence. I believe that I found, and then that is where it stops. It's almost, it looks like it's been interrupted as it kind of like swerves.
So either this thing was scared of my grandpa and kicked him out of the crystal eye, or somehow my grandpa forgot about this. Because I feel like it would be rude for him to just leave something this important.
Couldn't he just come back?
Also, I got
15
15 on the history check, if that matters.
So I do want to do something with it, but I believe Zephyr wanted to talk to Gurgle as well.
Go ahead.
I was curious about something. Did your family, grandfather, or even your parents try to teach you any form of rune weaving earlier?
Early on in life? I mean, maybe it was like ritual clan stuff that we maybe did, but I didn't recognize it as that.
As he asked you that, this is actually where I'm going to put the history check in, and you start to think about it. You recall back to the stories that Rocco used to tell, and you didn't really put thought to it at the time. But when Rocco would tell stories, and this is what led to part of Gurgle's fascination with magic, as he would tell the stories would dance in the fire. It almost sometimes felt like nature would change. When he talked about fires on the horizon, you could see what appeared to be. One second. It almost seemed like the sun would set prematurely, and almost would give that idea of like fire dancing through the windows. It would randomly rain at times, where it perfectly lined up with the stories that Rocco would tell. While you never thought about it at the time again, the coincidences, the master story craftsmanship that your grandfather had, you can very much so make some connections thinking back on it to whenever he would tell these stories. Maybe it wasn't happenstantial that he happened to tell stories that related to the weather always.
Or like when he was telling a story about something that was happening, he's like, it was raining, and then it was like
and then it would start to rain. It was almost as if when he would tell you a story, especially of things around, things in the area would seemingly fall in line with his story. While originally it was thought he's just a really good storyteller. He could tell that it's going to rain, and that's how people would justify it. Maybe not entirely.
As he's connecting these dots, I would have continued talking and been like, if you were taught to anything, I'm suspicious that everything all the stories Roku was telling you was incantations of sorts. Maybe trying to subliminally teach you some more.
Teach you?
Stories you can hold close to yourself.
I think he wants me to cast his final spell.
I have no idea.
I think that's why he gave it to me.
What's his final spell, you think?
But I'm suspicious that you may know more rune magic than you think you do. I would think about the stories that Roku told you.
His final spell was the book he left us.
In the fireplane? Or the one here?
The book he left us in the fireplane. The whole book is one big spell. We already know that it is one big spell. I don't think I have the skill to cast it.
Maybe it just requires you to finish the story.
I also don't know what it does. It's a it would be the biggest spell that I've ever even heard of.
Isn't it just him accounting the things that happened to him in the fireplane? Was the journal?
The journal that he got in the fireplane was effectively everything that happened from the point that he had it was a makeshift. It was like journal notes of, effectively you could say like cliff notes of a story from the time that he had sent Gurgle away up through what he had done in the fireplane.
Basically until we saw him, which was like a 5-year period.
So it's like Mom's notes in the story. Like she writes notes in between the lines of the poem, effectively.
Yes, it is effectively like the notes in between.
So you're saying you think that I can crack this camp code? Is that what you're trying to imply?
I'm just had the thought that I think you're being taught at a very young age how to use this, and you may know more than you think you do.
Are you even trying to leave, Kyle?
He smiled and he says, I'm not sure anymore, actually.
I would also
Originally, I was not very happy here at all, and then I started... If you ever are successful, which I'm hoping you are, in fact, I'm kind of banking on it. Imagine with someone who understands how this place works. Imagine the kind of money you could make.
I mean, as long as you're not trying to get killed by some entity that, for some reason, wants to torture you.
Yeah, that's why you're going to eliminate them all for me. I'm going to study this, and then as soon as you guys break it free so that we all can get out, I will be rich.
Listen, I appreciate your confidence in us, but apparently my grandpa was casting these types of spells before I was born, and you're wanting me to crack something that he couldn't crack with half his experience.
I think you have a
Build on the shoulders of giants.
I think you have a little too much
Doubt.
Yeah, doubting your own abilities, and you put your grandpa on too high of a pedestal. I think you're more capable than you're giving yourself credit for, and I think he saw that in you too.
I don't know. I'll try, but...
As far as about the things going on down here, try to think of any stories before we head out again. Anything that might relate to anything similar to what we're experiencing down here. There's quite a few unique things about this place. I'm sure parts of it would enter the story.
So are we not planning on leaving?
I mean,
of course we want to, but how are we going to do that? Teleport doesn't work.
We have an anchor point now. Teleport would work.
So
Isn't that what you said, Serval?
I don't think it works in here, though.
No, we'd have to return to the anchor point.
I think that's also scary, though, because apparently my grandpa created that to cage whatever we just let out.
So, we either A, fight it, which is terrifying in and of itself, or B, we attempt to make it there without even seeing it, which is by far the better option. Or C, we stay here
And leave these two here forever?
Serval kind of shrugs and he says,
if we run away, that's what's going to happen.
We could bring them, take them to the anchor point, and then teleport.
No.
Why do you want to leave so?
He gestures to the door and he says, the protection that was given to me, if I leave, and if that is possible, the deal would be broken and the door would be open.
He's one of the anchor points.
But it
Remember,
would be,
he has to be the last
but it
one.
would be always open.
And we release
Not just
whatever
now, but
this entity is
also
forward.
in the past.
To
I would
the
assume.
world, yes.
So all your years here, you haven't figured out what this entity is? I mean, obviously you know a little bit about this creepy skeleton, bird, human, hybrid creature.
I think his biggest problem is he can't
But what about the actual entity behind the entity?
The Guardian?
The thing that's being sealed that we know nothing about, other than it talks to itself.
I do have some ideas. The magic that we pulled from, or separated ourselves, was originally here. I think that this entity that speaks with itself, I don't think it's necessarily different. It is more as if it has been split apart and the individual parts are too different to get along. So only by rejoining it would you be able to truly figure out what this being is and what its goals are. The problem is, the 7 pots don't want to be regained.
I only know of one creature that I've ever heard about in all my travels that split itself apart because it doesn't like itself. Isn't that kind of like what Tiamat is?
I have reason to believe it did not split itself. It was split apart.
By Squawk?
No. Long before any of us were here, I think this was here.
So Squawk didn't make sprigs?
He more so discovered them.
Tiku thinks this is very similar to the creepy forest that we went into, where the guardian was corrupted or split.
That was by mixing certain magic with his blood.
Well, I know, but I'm saying, like, this place has been messed up for a long time. If there was a guardian here.
This feels more like a magic version of it, and less of a science experiment version of it, but maybe based somewhat similar in the same magic, I guess.
Maybe what's going on here was
the progenesis of that experiment.
Yes.
So
they tried carrying it forward into the.
They got the idea from this place.
Dryson Woods.
Do you recommend that we deal with the crystal eye now?
If you're capable.
I mean, we already did one. Don't see why we couldn't do more.
But again,
I think we need to rest up a bit.
I don't know.
Rest here, but here is safe. As long as he doesn't leave.
I don't know
For what it's worth, you have secured an anchor point, and while I am unsure of if teleportation magic would work, if you truly wish to leave, I believe with some luck, the man in stone could lead you out now. Think of it as the first lock, that lock being going to the surface, has now been unleashed. And to be fair, that does mean that you would be bringing, and he gestures to Tiku and he says, a dangerous item with you. As long as you make sure it doesn't go into wrong hands, if you wish to leave, I believe you can.
Well, we have much more dangerous items than that.
But
my question is this, though. We don't have anywhere to be outside right now. We've already rescued who we can rescue from Tiku's clan.
And currently, this is one of the safest places for us to be.
No.
And Adara apparently is too scared to come in here, which is both terrifying and not.
But it means we're safe from the gods.
Yeah.
And hold up. If we do this first, we come out with the powerhouse.
Also, I do really want to know what my grandpa was doing down here.
Training montage.
Kyle actually is going to chime in. He says, I don't know what your full plans are, but for what
we
it's
don't
worth,
really have any.
one thing I did discover as well, there is writing, not from Roko or from whoever these individuals are. He holds up the locket, but from perhaps these anchors, these other creatures, maybe a civilization long past. Whatever is at the bottom of the crystal pit, the crystal eye, we call it, up topside. Apparently it is a power like no other, bordering on that of divine. So, whatever your goal is, I don't know, but if you simply seek power, and you're gutsy, going deeper may not be a bad decision.
I think that at least the plan is to stick around until we figure out Tiku's condition.
Yeah, we have to at least heal Tiku. And again, I do like to figure out what my grandpa was doing down here.
I mean, I'm sure we'll come across clues on the way. Make some good stories.
What did you have to say, Tiku?
Tiku doesn't know if Tiku can leave.
I know, that's why,
Wait,
that's
can't
that's
Tiku
literally
leave?
why we said we have to stay here for the time
But,
being at
like
least.
in what sense do you mean you can't leave? Like magically
Multiple.
you're sealed here?
Yeah,
The free
How
souls.
you magically
Yeah.
sealed here?
all those things.
Wait, no, the first one.
When you said in the vision from the cube, the guardian said that the precious has made its way inside, never to leave. Timeless. Or he said imprint. Tiku doesn't know this
I'm
word.
not sure if it's talking about you or potentially the cube.
Into the time stuff.
What if, hear me out,
Either way, one of us can't leave.
what entity again that is super powerful do we know of that has multiple personalities? The only
Tiamat.
person that I can think of is Tiamat. That's the only god I've ever heard of that has multiple personalities and is of that level of scariness. What if this is a fraction of his?
Oh, that's for
Essence.
sure. That's why we're getting more.
That's why we're getting more?
Yes.
So you're saying that's a piece of Tiamat?
I mean, of something.
So
What if one of us
and-
attunes to it? Hear me out. What if one of us attunes to it? Do you think that'd be bad?
Oh, only in the long term. But as long as we get our short-term goal taken care of, it should be fine.
Only in the long term.
So who's volunteering to attune to it?
I will
quick-
as soon as we
quick
take out-
clarification, just
we're
in case
about to take
anyone
out
doesn't
the
know.
last of the gods.
Just throwing this out because you did identify it. Let's say whatever the creature is inside tries to take over you. If you fail, it does.
yeah.
Just keep that in mind.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say,
I'm sort of like,
if he said it works
I'm
like,
gonna put myself in a position where it's pretty much a do or die situation with a god.
So,
I will use it happily and end up in a fight with it and hopefully kill it, and then at the same time have some kind of contingency magic that kicks in and frees the freaking gravekeeper. Done.
You guys can do whatever you want. He did identify it. So
Also,
like the Eye of Vecna just turns you evil. If you
it
attune
just
to
turns you evil and
This
to
is
do her
instead of
bidding,
just turning
basically.
you evil, the creature inside, whatever it is,
It does
will
you do-
try to overtake you. And if it ever does, you're gone.
I'm just gonna force its hand.
Is it like a permit? Have y'all ever heard of the head of Vecna?
Yeah, I don't think we use this thing. I don't think that's the goal of this.
Do whatever you want.
Using Zephyr's help. Has there ever been a time god?
Make a religion check.
Yeah, just asking. It's like
He's asking you. He's like, he's not even checking. He's just like, yo.
I can
So who
assist.
the god of
I
time?
am proficient, so I would say a collaborative effort.
Yo.
Yeah, I'll give you advantage.
With your study.
Is just way higher than mine, so.
Whatever. He's already rolling.
so that is.
I would give you guidance if you did not give yourself.
Alright, I guided myself. So that is 27.
27. As far as a major god goes, none that you can think of.
Oh, 28. 28. Probably doesn't matter.
The only thing that relates to time is there's a
And specifically, I'm using the primordial vision as a backup, and I'm specifically looking for pre-entropy seal.
other than like people try, it'd be like saying there's a god of gravity. It's like people sometimes try to assign a god to it, but if there ever was a being behind it, it never got enough traction, or it never truly got a name put to it to where
manifest itself into the world to be known.
Yeah, so that is to say, is there ever been a god of time? Not that you know of.
There's been some speculations that they exist. No real being has been recorded to come out and outwardly say that I control all time. Same as there's no god that's come out to say it controls all space.
That's fair. I was just curious. As, well, it would make sense, but timeline-wise, if, when entropy was sealed, some of the gods went insane. Hence, our current predicament. So I was just curious if there was one of the old pantheon.
I'm still leaning towards this is
Probably more of a fundamental force, kind of like the Gravekeeper. At most, I would assume there's some way you could manifest a concept of a
Did they
primordial
manifest
force.
more than just the Gravekeeper? More than just entropy?
What if
I don't know.
what if Bahamut trapped Tiamat down in this hole and fractured his soul?
I feel like
Tiamat has a
been
city.
around.
Yeah, and it's been around. Right? We're
He
not
also
sure
has a
about that, right?
current
Her
champion.
influence is definitely so. Kartafel is
Yeah.
so. Kartafel and Baklaval are the only two cities that are truly dedicated
Dedicated to one god.
Do
Yeah.
I know the champion of Tiamat at all?
Yeah, you guys almost got
Oh, did we?
drawn into a fight with him.
Which one was that?
When you wagered the cube, the three people that got put up to fight you for it were Golroj.
Then
who
I got
was-
slapped. It was like a mental kick.
Did Golroj get slapped? Sipal is the answer.
Yep.
I mean, unless Sipal is keeping it under wraps,
Sipal.
just running everything while Tiamat's been trapped down here, and which I assume is fairly hard to think would happen.
I found it. Did you see that?
And plus, he'd probably be down here trying to rip the place apart. I doubt it's Tiamat.
If its soul was fractured, it could be.
I mean, Tiamat can fracture its own soul and send it multiple ways in avatar states if it wanted to. We couldn't stop that.
Wait, did we know exactly where all the elementals were?
But I
Kind of. Why? The primordial fires in me.
Yes. Do we know exactly where the other ones are?
We know where ice is. The opposite end of the world. From where we found the fire one. Quite literally, the other end of the world.
Wasn't the water primordial already freed?
Also that.
That is true.
But we don't know what that means. Like, is he swimming in the ocean?
Also,
Is he,
I know where the other two are.
Is he in a host, like, with me?
Dude, do they have like beef with each other? Are they gonna fight?
Are they the only four?
I don't think they have
You'd have to
beef with
fight.
each other. I think they just... It's like if you're opposing forces, but you don't like have any feelings towards each other one way or the other.
Oh,
It's just
yeah,
like
I just
that's
would-
always like I'm trying to overpower you and you're trying to overpower me. But it's not like a beef. It's more like I guess the best way to describe it would be like
all I'm saying
competition.
though is I would like to see them fight.
Fire would obviously win.
I don't know. It'd just be cool though.
So,
I'm down for watching elemental forces
what if
fight each other.
you
If
told
the
a
water
story of
elemental
time
fights a
primordial?
fire elemental
If it
and boils
worked,
up,
wouldn't that mean that the
turn
primordial
to an air
died?
elemental and become steam?
What?
So, if I'm understanding arcanic magic, it doesn't work unless
Elementals are made of thunder and lightning.
it's the power of a primordial, right?
You're trying to say I make up a
thunder and lightning.
story
We will
about
not have
time?
two conversations at the same time.
So if I'm understanding correctly, arcane magic only works, arcane rune magic only works if it's a primordial's power, right?
Nope. There's multiple different types of magic. Primordial magic would be like nature, would be harvesting the powers of nature. Divine magic would be using the power of the gods.
Okay. And is time considered part of nature?
Thunder.
Time magic is not a known school of magic.
Point being, he used time magic on their bodies. What if there's more than 4 primordials?
Even if that's the case, first off, that'd be weird because I feel like they would be kind of like drawn to each other, and I don't feel any pull from the fire primordial the whole time I've been down here. But secondly, even if that was the case,
But we're resting. We're talking.
what would you want me to do to confirm that? Like, you can't make up a story about rune magic. That's not how it works. You tell a story about something that's already happened.
It's the story of an experience.
Or tell the story about someone and how time affected their life. Someone growing old.
Or you make up a story of
That would
something that
make
happened in
someone
your
grow
past,
old.
go back in time, and then retell that story before it's even happened.
This is getting way too complicated.
So, theory crafting to be had. Do you have a plan for what you all wish to do?
I mean, I see no reason why we shouldn't just rest and go for more anchor points personally.
I wouldn't mind going and checking the
I think we're going to camp before we just start releasing an entity.
Let's go rest and we'll go check out the other encampment.
Do you even know when you found it?
Some of us do need to write some letters and send those out.
I hope they'll actually get out.
You know, we're stuck in a time
Wait, are we still
prison.
Are we still in the caverns?
Yeah. Well, we're in the study of
Oh, right.
the Black Wizard, but yeah.
Well, once we get out, I think we should. I do need to write some letters that let my people know I'm still alive.
I mean, I think all of us.
Don't worry. I'm sure everyone thinks we're dead already. No time has passed at all.
Actually,
the idea is that we're hopefully going to get back.
for our group, the probably normal.
How weird is it
It's
going to
probably
be
normal for
if,
everyone.
like 10 years passes, Kyle, and like we get out, and Thornscale's just barely packing up to leave?
I don't know if that would be a good or a bad thing. Would I feel like I gained 10 years in everyone or lost 10 years with my friends?
You are, in fact, an elf, so, I mean, in this case, I would feel like it would be beneficial for you, because you wouldn't have actually lost any time with them, right?
As long as the time has not passed, yes. But if it has, many of my friends don't live terribly long.
Yeah, me neither, actually. Frogs don't live that long. My grandpa was an alien.
Nor me.
So,
I'm convinced he,
have you thought about if
made
it
a
takes
build.
longer and you go up and everyone you know is dead? Well, then what will
everybody
you do?
I know is already dead. Except these guys.
Same.
That is very depressing.
Same. That last person I knew just died.
If you're going to be hunting the anchor points, I don't know which one of you had asked me. The crystal veins are an interesting place. And he holds the locket up, just out for really any for you guys to take. He says, if you want to find the encampment, you simply must go looking. The only problem is, if you are unable to find it quickly, you'll be found first. And that's the danger of searching through the crystal veins. But if you wish to.
So is this codename Googler guy, is he normally roaming around, or does he only roam around because we released something that we shouldn't have?
So this is survival, I gotta switch. Think of these beings as wardens. You won't access the next level of the prison until the first is broken. And that is to say, you allowed him to venture into the higher levels of the crystal veins. Typically, you would only find him lower.
So we released him.
Effectively.
Great.
I think it's something we can probably handle.
Yeah, of course. A guy with a human head.
He's just like sitting there like below the table. No, you're medium now.
No, I'm medium now. I actually looked up at first and I'm like, wait a minute. Actually, that's not the case
This
anymore.
is weird.
No, now I
This is
have to
weird.
look up at you, Tinker.
You do have to look up to Tigu's actually taller than you. Okay, so the plan.
It's kind of weird.
The plan is to long rest and then continue to look for anchor points. Okay, so as as theories are continued to be passed around and plans are starting to be made, do go ahead and add that you have the locket, Tiku. That is where we are going to end for today. We actually had a little bit of a longer session today. Made up for a little bit of a longer break because we were cleaning some stuff up.
Does Trinity start to return to
No.
the cycle?
What the hell, guys? No. Tigu's not giving it to nobody.
You guys do whatever you want. But with that, we will be back next week. We love you, Jasmine. Thank you for always hanging out with us. And I hope everyone has a fantastic week. See you next Friday. Bye.
The answer is no.
The answer is no.